received a call about them. And also responded to many calls of crime scenes that were discovered after the fact, and then was responsible for that investigation.
Okay. Are you familiar with chain of custody? Can you tell the jury what chain of custody means?
So chain of custody is just being able to account for an item from the time we pick it up at a crime scene to the time it is presented in court later.
And why is chain of custody important in your role?
We want to make sure that the same thing that we picked up at a crime scene is the same thing that we show the jury in the courtroom.
And are there specific procedures to do that? And are those the procedures that you're required to know how to follow?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow those procedures in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And specifically, were you in that specialist on December 2nd, 2022?
I was.
Okay. Can you tell us, have you received any specialized training with respect to crime scene processing itself?
Crime scene processing is very and encompass many things. So again, we train in many different areas. There are certain things that are basic procedures that are documentation, like report writing, taking photographs, although that can become kind of advanced too. And that utilizing the different equipment that we have requires some technical
Generalized blood spatter. Okay. And the use of Blue Star?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have specialized training in each of those areas for that accountability in connection to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And of course, that training was before you started this case.
Good morning,
right?
everybody. Good morning.
Some of it was.
Let's jump right into the trial here.
Some of it, and since then I've had some more.
This is
advanced
the
training.
dismembered wife
Is it
trial.
fair to say that you continue to train all the
I
time?
had something
Yes,
emergency I
ma'am,
had to do
we
this morning,
train,
so
again,
I'm
at least a
sorry.
day per month, and then
It was put off.
Usually several times a year we'll have weekly trainings or
Is that in
week-long trainings.
My apologies. Is that in addition to all of the crime scenes that you actually respond to?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many crime scenes do you think you've processed roughly in a year?
In a year,
Sure.
I'm not really a statistician, but any given year, 25 to 30 would be a roundabout number. Some cases involve more than one scene. Some cases that we receive requests for don't have a crime scene. So those numbers are a little difficult to keep track of without specifically counting them.
And within a crime scene, is it fair to say that sometimes there are many items that might be recovered?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So
Sure.
in an
It was definitely
individual crime scene, there may be hundreds even of items that you're recovering.
There can be.
Okay. Now, do you ever assist at crime scenes as opposed to being lead?
Yes, ma'am. Oftentimes you'll hear questions asked about crime scene that ask for a specific answer, and it's kind of a running joke with our unit. The answer is usually it depends. So there's so many different circumstances that we run into that almost every situation is unique. We are trained to recognize certain patterns and apply certain techniques if needed, but no two crime scenes are the same. So with that in mind, one of the things that we do first when we get to a crime scene is conduct an evaluation of that crime scene and determine what resources we need to adequately address it. In order to conduct that examination, if it's a large scene or if it's a scene that's located in an area where we may not have as much time to access the scene as we want to, then we're going to need to work very quickly, and we may need to deploy more personnel to get that done.
If you needed assistance, would you be able to ask for help?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be potentially where you might be the one that's lead versus someone else being assist?
Correct.
Okay. And being the lead crime scene specialist, what responsibilities does that place on you?
So we're responsible as a lead crime scene to kind of direct the course of the crime scene investigation itself. The GBI takes a team approach when we accept a request for investigation. We'll have a case agent who acts much like a quarterback for a team. He's going to be the person, or she's going to be the person who's going to go through and kind of direct the other agents and where to spend their efforts, and then adjust accordingly as new information becomes available. In a crime scene role, we do the same thing. As a lead agent, you're going to be the one responsible for working that crime scene, making sure that the items of evidence that are found there are documented properly and that they're collected and preserved in a manner that's going to allow them to be examined later on, either by us back at our office in our crime scene work area or at the crime lab.
And specifically, have you ever testified before on crime scene evidence collection?
Yes.
Have you testified in respect to crime scene investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you give us an idea of how many times?
Again, I'm not a statistician, and I've testified many times to crimes of a less serious nature at the sheriff's office. More than 50, less than 100.
Okay,
I hate to be
that's
that
fair.
general.
No,
but
that's fair. So approximately between 50 and 100.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you ever been qualified as an expert in crime scene evidence collection and investigation?
I've not been qualified as an expert in that.
Have you ever been asked to?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been denied?
No, ma'am.
So would it be fair to say today is the first time you're being asked to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers crime scene specialist Brett Dickerson as an expert in the fields of crime scene investigation, crime scene evidence collection, and general blood spatter.
Does defense counsel wish to take the witness on board?
Just briefly on the issue of blood spatter.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, I'm Doug Weinstein, I represent Mr. Kassotis.
Good morning, sir.
Can you tell me about your training in blood spatter?
Yes, sir. So we have during the basic or introduction courses, both at the Basic Agent Academy as well as the more in-depth training that we receive initially as crime scene specialists, we discuss the role of bloodstain pattern analysis in investigations and what it can do to advance those investigations. And then later on, we've had bloodstain pattern analysis courses that allow us to determine some things about how bloodstains are formed, the mechanics of and how to interpret them.
You said how blood stains are formed. Are you specifically speaking to spatter or when you
Spatter
say
is a type
stains?
of blood stain.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So when you
There's-
say blood stains, it incorporates spatter plus other types of stains?
Correct. Blood stain would be a more general term. Spatter is a specific type of stain.
Okay, I have no other questions, Your Honor. And I have no objection to this witness being admitted as an expert.
All right, please respect the areas that you wish to have him qualified.
Your Honor, those were listed as crime scene investigation, crime scene evidence collection, and general blood spatter.
And by stipulation, the court qualifies the witness as an expert. He can give his opinions.
Were you on duty on December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. I was on call.
Can you tell us what on call means?
I can. So during regular work hours, which are usually 8:30 to 5, Monday through Friday, if we receive a call for a scene, then we respond directly from the office. However, crime doesn't always happen at convenient times, so we have an on-call schedule. Myself and another crime scene specialist share that burden. So usually about 50% of the time, I'm required to be on call. An on-call status with GBI means I need to be able to return to a ready state of being able to respond directly to a scene of a crime within about 30 minutes or so of receiving a notification.
Were you on call on December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Can you tell us, without giving us any details, how far away from Riceboro, Liberty County, were you at on December 2nd, 2022?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I still live in Sylvania. I left the sheriff's office. I didn't move. So with Scriven County being in our region, it's at the very north end, and Liberty County is at the other end. So it's almost 2 hours to get down, depending on traffic.
Did you get in your car and have to come down to Liberty County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall approximately when you got to Liberty County?
I can. It would have been about 9:15 that evening.
Do you know who at the time it was that contacted you with regards to that location?
The case agent in this case is Special Agent Tracy Sands with
Okay.
our office.
Okay. And is he the one that contacted you?
I believe one of the supervisors actually called me to notify me to respond, but he was a point of contact for the case.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what the lead agent on a case, what that actually means?
Sure. So again, with the kind of cases that we work, sometimes with the complexity and the scope thereof is more than one agent will necessarily be able to handle effectively by themselves. So we'll have a case agent who kind of serves like a quarterback for a team. He or she will direct the course of that investigation and assign resources as needed and collaborate with the supervisors to make sure the investigation is being handled properly. And ultimately, they're also going to be responsible for tying everything together and presenting a court case.
So would he be somebody that would direct you as to things potentially that he wanted with respect to a case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where did you go to assist in that investigation specifically?
I met him at the intersection of Jones Road and an unnamed hunting club road that was on the Portal Hunting Club near Riceboro in Liberty County.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Oh, this is going to be endless sidebars. Your Honor, can we approach? Yeah, I just realized my phone was off. So if anybody's texted me this morning, I didn't get it. My bad. My bad. Doing it now. Doing it now. God, yesterday was the fourth.
Agent Dickerson, did you bring anything with you here today to testify? Meaning your materials.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you bring?
The case reports that generated during the course of the investigation.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you, if you've had difficulty recollecting something, just let us know.
Sure.
And if you could just push those off to the side for the time being.
Sure thing.
If you don't recall something, please just let us know and you'll be able to refresh your recollection. Just let me know you need to.
Sure thing.
Would it be fair to say that this incident happened some time ago?
It did.
Okay. Do you take reports for a reason?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that reason?
So we document things in order to make sure
Okay, it's back
the
on.
facts of the case are preserved and then presented later on.
My bad,
in an
guys.
accurate fashion.
Okay. So when you are doing a crime scene, are you doing it in time, simultaneous to what you're doing at the scene, those documents?
Oh, no, ma'am. We produce notes and we use those notes to generate our reports later on.
Okay. So you're taking notes when it's happening and then you put those into a report later?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that to assist and help with your recollection?
Yes, ma'am. It's taught to us that the dullest pencil is better than the sharpest memory. So.
Fair enough. Now, you indicated that you went down to Riceboro and you met Agent Sands. Is that
Yeah.
right? And you said, what time was that approximately?
About 9:15.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe the scene for the jury of what you saw when you got there?
Sure. There really wasn't much to see. This was an intersection of county maintained road and Jones Road, and then an unnamed hunting club road. The hunting club road was equipped with a metal swing gate that was open at the time, and the hunting club road was very well maintained. It was had some deep ditches on either side of it, and it was fairly dry, even though it had a lot of rain in the area. Just prior to that, the area was very wooded.
Okay. So when you got there, did you see any people other than the terrain itself?
I did. There were some deputies, don't know their names, but they were securing the scene, the outside of the scene, controlling the traffic on Jones Road. And they had put up some crime scene barrier tape that denoted the outside of the crime scene there at the intersection, and were keeping people off of the hunting club road itself.
Okay. And were there any civilian on scene, if you recall, by the time you got there?
While I was there, not until later.
Okay. So when you first arrive on the scene and you see all this, you have occasion to speak with Agent Sands.
I did.
Okay. And what do you normally do when you arrive at a homicide scene generally?
So in order to understand the scope of the scene and what's going to be needed to properly examine the crime scene, we have to know a little bit about what happened. And what we normally do is call an initial briefing. We'll meet with a case agent or perhaps a requesting agency, a representative thereof, and talk with them about what the case needs, what's going on, and what the circumstances are, so we can make some determinations early on about what we need.
Okay. Did you have that kind of a briefing?
We did.
And can you tell the jury what, if any, physical things you did in terms of measurements and photographs to initially assess the scene?
So one of the very first things we do at any crime scene is to go ahead and take photographs. Those photographs serve as documentation of the scene as we found it. And that's before we start manipulating anything in the scene. We'll go ahead and take those pictures. So again, we find things as we determine. Now, we can't always say that we're going to go into a scene and things haven't been touched or moved, because we don't generally respond to scenes first. But we will document them as we find them as we respond.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that's kind of like an overview of the scene?
Correct.
Okay. Do you subsequently take far more detailed photographs?
Yes, ma'am. We generally start at overall photographs, which would depict the scene, the overall scene where the incident took place, and then we'll move in and photograph other things, be it the victim or individual items of evidence.
Did you do both of those in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us a rough idea of approximately how many pictures you took?
I believe on the initial scene it was 111, right around there.
Okay. And did you subsequently take additional photographs?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. In total, do you have any idea how many photographs you took in connection with this case?
It was
Do you need to?
not exactly, but it was more than 700.
Okay. So more than 700 total pictures.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And clearly, have I asked you to bring all 700 pictures to show you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But are those available?
Yes, ma'am.
And they were made available?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, specifically, do you know how long after the body was first located that you responded, if you know?
I don't know right offhand. I understand that the body was discovered late that evening, and then we received a call after the Liberty County Sheriff's Office investigators had a chance to respond and do their initial evaluation and decide to request us for assistance.
Do you know who the agent in charge of the Liberty County Sheriff's Office side of the investigation was?
The investigator, to my knowledge, it was coordinating from their side. That I had a lieutenant there, Tracy Jennings, but investigator Jack Frost was the one that was assigned to the case, from my understanding.
So he was their lead case agent at Liberty County?
That's my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury what evidence placards are?
Yes, ma'am. They're just the markers that you might see, and they're almost generic at this point to denote a crime scene. But if you ever see the little yellow tents that have black numbers on them that we place on the ground to denote where evidence items are located, we use those for a couple of reasons. But the primary reason is just to show spatial relationships in photographs between where items of evidence were located, and then also to provide those items with a number for reference later on.
How many crime scenes, we're talking first about the decedent's remains, how many crime scenes did you process with respect to her body?
Well, there were two in regards to the remains, and then additional scenes in regards to other aspects of the investigation, items that were, we believe, to have been used in the scene.
So let me be more clear. Do you recall how many portions of her remains total were recovered?
There were 4 altogether, yes, ma'am.
And how many of those did you process?
2.
Okay. And in those 2 that you processed, which 2 portions of her remains did you process?
I processed her torso and her left leg.
Okay. And with respect to those portions, do you know when those were? Obviously, you've told us December 2nd of 2022. Do you recall when the second date was that you processed the second portion of the body that you handled?
The left leg was located on December 5th,
okay.
2022.
Do you know if there was another leg recovered in between?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Okay. And with respect to each of those occasions, was someone present, even though you didn't process those other 2 scenes, was there also a law enforcement agent present on those 2 other dates?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
It just wasn't you.
It just wasn't me.
Okay. And do you know where those remains were transported after they had been processed and recovered?
Yes, ma'am. So in each county where you have a suspicious death like this one, the county coroner will respond and take those remains into custody and will be responsible for preserving them and transporting them to the lab for autopsy, medical examiner's office.
Okay. So anytime there's a suspicious death?
Yes, ma'am. The Georgia Death Investigation Act outlines some, but any suspicious death, unattended death, suicides, things of that nature, there'll be the coroner will respond and be responsible for making determinations about some of those, and then when we're involved when autopsies are needed.
Okay. And were they, in fact, those remains of what ultimately is determined to be Mrs. and Kassotis are recovered, do they all go with the coroner to the crime laboratory eventually?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How do you know that those were her remains?
Well, I attended the autopsy of the remains, and they were eventually we utilized some DNA techniques to.
And perhaps this sounds foolish, but was it clear that they were the remains of a human being?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ultimately, was her entire body recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
And what pieces would that comprise?
Her torso was located first, then her right leg, her left leg, and finally on the 7th of December, her head.
Can you tell the jury why you were not present for the other 2 days?
At the time, we had one of our other crime scene specialists leave to join a federal agency. So I was the only crime scene specialist assigned to our office at the time. Unlike TV, we don't get to work just one case at a time. So we had been working on this case, and things were unfolding fairly rapidly. I live a couple hours away, so it was easier and quicker in this case for Agent Sands and some of the other agents who live closer to respond in order to take custody of the other parts that were found.
But there was someone from law enforcement there to do so, correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that there was more than one crime scene, and I was referring to the remains. Was there another crime scene that you also processed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
311 East 65th Street in Savannah, Georgia.
Okay, and why were you at that location?
This was after Mindy had been identified as the victim in this case, and investigation had determined at that point that around the time that we believed she was killed, she and her husband Nicholas were living at that residence.
Okay, so I'm just going to start first with her remains, and we'll finish later with the house. Okay. In preparation for your testimony here today, did you create a PowerPoint?
I did.
And in that PowerPoint, can you tell the jury what did you depict inside of that PowerPoint?
Well, there was photographs, and I tried to lay them out in an order that would make the most sense as far as understanding the context in which the crime scenes occurred, where these items were found, and which items were located.
Okay, and before your testimony here today, did you have an opportunity to look at that PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
And are each of the photographs that are depicted inside of that PowerPoint presentation, which, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to have marked as states 1.1 for identification. I would note that this has been shown in its entirety, Your Honor, to counsel prior to this witness's testimony. I've affixed that sticker on the tag that is associated with that USB. Did you place that onto that USB, sir?
I believe I conveyed it to Agent Sands, who did so.
Okay, but you viewed it and you made sure that everything that's in there is slides that you're familiar with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are those photographs all fair and accurate depictions of what you observed and or collected personally on December 2nd and December 5th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's also additional photographs from the house, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall the date that those photographs were?
If I may refer to my notes, I believe it was May 4th and May 5th were the
If-
2 days that we were at the East 65th Street address.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please go ahead.
I'm good.
Okay. So sometime around May 4th or 5th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are all of those pictures fair and accurate representations?
They are.
Your Honor, I would at this time seek to introduce states 1.1.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's submitted.
Your Honor, I'm now going to seek to publish them. There are some slides, Your Honor, that are afoul of the service. So I've indicated to council that I will try to give everybody a warning so we can turn off devices. Now, specifically, can we turn that on? And if you could just let me know when you can see it.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you see initial slide 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
Sorry guys, I got yeeted. Hold on 1 second and I'll get it back up. I don't know what the I'm really tired of this crap. Hola. So give me a second. I don't know what's happening. It's buffering itself. I know. I got booted too. Maybe it's all of us. I don't know. Hold on a second, guys. I can figure out what's going on here.
That we felt like were pertinent and were important to the investigation. So we made sure to mark them, photograph them, and document them where they were, and then collect them later on as evidence.
do you know what items are important when you start your investigation?
It's difficult to determine. We, again, one of the
Should be okay
answers
now.
that we get a lot of times we ask a crime scene related question is, well, it depends. And in this case, we knew there were going to be some things that were important. Sometimes you look for things that are just out of place. And in this case, some of these things, when we get to the photographs of them, you'll see definitely looked out of place.
Okay. So do you try to capture everything that seems like it may be relevant?
Yes, ma'am. One of the reasons we take so many photographs is because it's impossible for us to know on the front of an investigation every single little thing that's going to be important later on. So we take a lot of photographs. We do a lot of documentation because we never know what might be important later on.
And those placards were, can you just tell the jury just generally what was at those placards that are depicted as 1 through 7?
Yes, ma'am. I prepared a legend, if I may refer to it.
Please.
Right? Is it the one-armed man? It was the one-armed man, y'all.
So item
Anytime
number
you
one
want to come up,
was
Tim, you just let me know.
black and color Husky storage container, you might hear it referred to as a tote. Number 2 was a Milwaukee brand fixed blade sheath knife.
A sheath knife.
Number 3 was a cleaning wipe, kind of like a Lysol or a Clorox wipe. I'm not sure of the brand.
Hilarious.
Number 4 was a piece of torn or cut gray cloth. Number 5 was also a piece of torn or cut gray cloth. Number 6 was a black plastic trash bag that contained some clothing items that were stained with reddish brown stains, and also had some cleaning wipes inside the bag. And then number 7 also denoted the location of some cleaning wipes that were found.
And ultimately, that legend was created by you as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm now turning to slide number 5. Can you tell us what the difference is on this slide versus the other slides, if there's something depicted here?
Yes, ma'am. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner there, you see the black tote that was found, that it was marked with placard number 1. And you can see its relationship there to that orange swing gate post that you saw in the first photograph.
Can you tell the jury how far that is from the roadway?
Not far at all from the roadway. I mean, about 10 feet or so.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how far that is ultimately from where the torso with the arms was recovered?
The torso was located approximately 650 feet from the intersection down the Hunting Club Road and off into the ditch.
So as we're looking at this photograph, would it be fair to say that's the left side of the swing gate if you're facing the gate?
Yes, ma'am. We generally used cardinal directions, so it was the southwest corner of the intersection.
My apologies. If you went straight down that side of the road.
Correct. If with your back to Jones Road looking at the Hunting Club Trail, it would have been on the left-hand side. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so can you see if there is that kind of incline? Can you describe it for the jury?
Yes, ma'am. Again, this road was fairly well maintained for a Hunting Club Road for sure. It had been improved with gravel and had some deep ditches that had been dug in place. And in this case, the ditch was a little more shallow here and didn't have nearly as much water in it. The ground was damp around the tote, but it was navigable without having to put on a Tyvek suit.
Okay. And when you got farther down that left side of the roadway that you described and you came up on the torso, how does that ditch change, if at all?
That ditch gets deeper, a lot deeper.
How tall are you, sir?
I'm 6'3".
And when you got in the ditch, how deep did you have to get in, up to where on your body approximately?
I was in pretty much to almost my knees.
Okay. And at that point, you were able to access her remains?
I was.
Okay. We have now slide number 6 that I'm showing. Is that another image of that tote?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything additional that's depicted in that photograph other than just the tote?
Yes, ma'am. If you look carefully at the tote and then to the right and upwards in the frame of the photograph, you'll see the orange handle of the knife blade and the black sheath that it was inside of, along with the cleaning wipe that was wrapped around the handle when we found it.
Are you referring to this item right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you indicated that that was the knife, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That was a Milwaukee knife, fixed blade knife.
Okay. What is a fixed blade knife? What does that mean?
So a folding knife is what you might consider a pocket knife, where the blade actually folds into the handle and it's safe to carry in your pocket. A fixed blade knife generally requires a sheath to carry safely, but a fixed blade knife doesn't bend. The blade is fixed in place onto the handle.
And with respect to this fixed blade knife, was there anything on the blade itself?
There was a cleaning wipe wrapped around the handle and partially around the top of the blade where it met the handle.
Okay. And that black thing that you see, what is that?
That's a plastic sheath.
Okay, so that's not actually the blade itself, that's the sheath over the blade?
Correct.
Okay. I'm now showing you slide number 7. Do you recognize that slide?
Yes, ma'am.
What's depicted there?
That's after, as you noted in the first photographs, you saw that the container was in that location when it was found face down. Essentially, we turned it on its side, and I was able to take photographs of the interior of it.
Why did you take photographs of the interior?
Because there was a reddish brown liquid inside of it.
Can you tell the jury what a swab is?
Yes, ma'am. When we need to take samples at a crime scene of an unknown stain or something, we generally use medical sterile swabs. It's just we can preserve those swabs later on and send them to the crime lab for testing.
Is that what you're referring to that you did in respect to that brownish stain in this tub?
In this case, yes, ma'am, though we use that swab for field testing purposes.
Okay, now you use the phrase field testing. I'm going to show you slide 8. Can you explain to the jury what's depicted in slide 8?
Yes, ma'am. So that's a presumptive blood test that we use to determine in the field whether or not an unknown stain might be blood. In this case, that particular chemical is called phenolphthalein, and we use it because when it's combined with blood in the presence of hydrogen peroxide, it produces that pink color, and that's indicative of the presence of blood in the sample.
It's fair to say not every reddish brown stain is blood?
Sure. Not all of them are blood, and that's why we have those stains, the field test kits, so we can determine the course of our investigation, what we need to do next with an item of evidence.
So if something wasn't blood, would that potentially impact what you did next in your investigation?
It could.
Okay. And if you turned out that it was blood, would that also potentially impact your decision?
Chase.
Absolutely.
Okay. You said that this would simply say that it was actually blood. Is that right?
It'd give us a good idea. It's kind of like a pregnancy test. I mean, you can go to the drugstore and get a pregnancy test. It'll tell you if you're pregnant or not, but you're going to
Camera's not on because I'm totally dyeing my hair right now.
We're going to take this and we're going to test it, but we're also going to make sure that we go to the lab and get confirmation later on.
Okay. So this is just kind of while you're at the scene, a way to kind of have a sense of what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. Now, other than a
It's like I never get shot on
blood,
Amazon.
other types of tests.
But I have had to argue with
in
them.
the scene.
We can.
What type is that?
So tests like phenolphthalein are used to identify the potential for a stain that we've already seen, and just to tell if it's blood or not, or give us an idea if it's blood or
I feel
not.
like I never have time, so this
However,
is the time.
if we search for blood within a scene. If we're looking for blood that's not readily available or obvious at first glance, so we can use chemicals to search for that. And there's several different kinds, but the one that we use in this case is called Blue Star.
Okay. Did you also make any tests to determine if the blood stains that you recovered were human in nature?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of a test is that?
So Blue Star is actually a brand name.
Okay.
It contains the chemical luminol. So I don't want to get the two confused. There's one Blue Star that's used to search for blood, but then Blue Star OBTI is an actual field test to determine whether or not a particular blood stain may be human or not.
Okay. So I'm now showing you slide 9. Can you tell the jury what's depicted here?
I want to see the slides, man.
The Blue Star OBTI test, and we took a sample of the substance that was inside the container and exposed it to this field test, and the test returned a positive result for human blood.
So first you determine, is it blood?
I saw that, but it wasn't officially thrown out there yet, was it?
And is that always the procedure in that order?
It's generally, that'd be
Okay.
the way you want to go.
Okay. And
Or
with
was it?
respect to what you observe, that's the test itself. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you did that test, that was on which container?
This was on the black container.
The one that we just observed in the previous slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm now going to show you
Also, Austin Drummond
10. Would that be fair to say that
was captured this morning.
close-up of that knife?
Oh, he
you said
did?
Earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
I knew something was going to happen with
I'm
it.
now going to
I
zoom
mean,
in on that.
yay.
Does that give a better picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that describe what you see there for the
I must have missed that at the
So
doctor's
that's
this
a
morning.
Milwaukee knife that we observed that was over in the woods, kind of behind the black container that was located. There was a cleaning wipe wrapped around the handle and partially around the blade itself. And then we noticed that the blade had actually been placed backwards into the sheath. It was not placed as it should have been.
Okay.
So that's why the blade didn't seat fully within the sheath.
Okay, is that why that portion is exposed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that how the condition of the knife was at the time it was first observed by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Had not yet been moved.
No, ma'am.
I'm now showing you slide 11. What is depicted there?
This was.
I'm sure Jackson's wife
not far away from the knife.
will love that.
If the 2 points of the triangle were the container and the knife, this would be the third point of a triangle. They're fairly close together.
Okay. And that when you're saying the triangle, are you referring back to that legend?
Just the spatial relationships between the items. That's all. Just where they were at.
Approximately how far were they from each other?
Feet, not far at all.
Okay. And now I'm showing you slide 12.
Feel your pain, Ellen. Just used my last few bucks to pay my phone bill this morning.
So this is the northwest side of the intersection. This is going to be the right-hand side of branches there were cleaning wipes, and then there were more cleaning wipes also on the ground there to the right in the bottom right-hand side of the frame.
Okay. So all of those white substances, are those all cleaning wipes?
I'd have to go
Oh,
back.
I think you're
and
going
look at
cuckoo.
the photographs. Some of that was trash. You can see there. That's some kind of cardboard that was on the side of the road. Again, this is
He probably does,
this is a
Tracy.
dirt road. There were lots of beer cans and Coke bottles and all kinds of stuff that had been thrown out as litter. There were 2 CRT TVs out there, not too far from where this was found. But that was one of the things we had to do, was kind of sort between what was trash and what was of potential value.
So anything that you thought might be potential value, did you include that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, the next slide will be something that I cannot publish. So if we can.
You haven't shown us anything, lady. I'd like to see these slides that we're not seeing.
Publish it just in compliance with your order.
Yes, ma'am.
Now showing you slide 13. Can you tell us what's depicted in this slide?
So this is placards 4, 5, 6, and 7. 2 of the placards are a little hard to see, but the closest one there is number 4. That would be one of the pieces of torn or cut gray cloth. 5 was also that. You can see 6 off there in the back. That would be the that would be the black plastic trash bag.
I feel like you're totally right, Tracy. There's stuff you want to do in court he couldn't, so this is his way to do it.
That was stained, cut, as well as the some more of the cleaning wipes.
So this would have been the southeast corner still?
This was the northwest corner.
My apologies, northwest.
Just the opposite side from, so the left
gotcha.
side was the first side, right side was the second side.
My apologies. I'm
No
not the
worries.
best at a compass. So when that occurred, you captured each of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you preserve each of those items that is listed with a placard?
Yeah, I didn't hang a placard in a tree to show the cleaning wipe that was hanging there from the branch, but yes, ma'am, they were all marked.
Wife actually took her ring off last time.
Associated with placard number 7.
Okay.
That happened.
Were they collected physically afterwards?
They were.
Okay. And have you brought them here today?
I have.
Okay. I'm now turning to slide 14. Council, we can turn these back on.
Have either been torn or cut, and it just looked out of place.
What did you do with these items of cloth?
So because everything was still wet, the ground was wet, the grass was wet, everything out there had been rained on. The proper procedure for something like this is to place it into a paper bag, and then as soon as possible, go ahead and dry it. There are some adverse biological processes that can happen if you allow evidence to remain wet. So we try to dry it. That way we don't have mold or mildew starting that could potentially affect DNA testing or obscure bloodstain patterns and things like that.
Did you do that with respect to all of the wet garments or items of cloth that were?
That was my husband. His shit would be outside.
Jury, how you dry them?
So in this case, when the evidence was collected, it was placed in paper evidence bags and then taken back to the Region 5 field office. We have a work area there. And inside that work area, we have a dryer that is a sterile dryer. It's got filters for the air going in and filters for the air going out. That cabinet's regularly cleaned between cases, and it was in this case also cleaned prior to the items being placed inside. In addition to that, I took some clean butcher paper and lined the bottom of the cabinet and then placed all the wet items inside, separated by paper, and made sure that the items weren't touching each other, and then left them in there until they were dry. And that passes basically sterile air over the items until they're completely dry.
This isn't like a dryer from a washer dryer, or it is?
No, man, this is it's kind of like a closet with a hanging rack with airflow that moves through it. And that airflow is what dries the evidence out over time. There's no heat applied or anything like that. We don't want to damage the potential for any evidence that the biology section of the lab could test for. But we do want to make sure that we dry it. That way we don't have any of those deterioration processes occurring.
And does it matter that you hang it? Why do you hang it?
Well, it's the best way for air to get hold to it, or to move over it, so to speak. If we laid it flat, then it would take longer to dry.
Okay. And those butcher papers, why are they under it?
Well, as evidence dries, we want to make sure that we give ourselves every opportunity to recover evidence if we can. Things like hairs, fibers,
like 3 years ago,
they fall off of those items as they're drying. So we line that paper at the bottom of the cabinet to catch those things, and then we'll fold that up into a bindle and preserve that paper as well after the clothes are dry.
Did you do that in this case?
We did.
And you saved those bundles?
We did.
Okay. I'm now going to slide 15. What's depicted there?
That's another piece of torn or cut gray cloth.
Okay. Did you
Girl,
preserve that in the
I
same
wish I
fashion?
could point you in the right direction, Ellen. Unfortunately, I cannot.
I'm now going to slide.
I don't know anybody over in your area.
What's depicted there?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that?
That's a black plastic trash bag. It was kind of like a Force Flex or Glad bag. I'm not sure the exact make or model of it, but it was similar to the ones that I've seen and used in my own
This
home.
was in Georgia in 2022.
Gray pull string. And
December is when they found the body.
In this case, this is one of the few items that I actually manipulated before it was photographed, because at the time, remember, we're having to evaluate these pieces of what could be
December 2022.
on the side of the road. In this case, I touched this bag and manipulated some of the items inside, realized it had clothing in it that was covered with reddish brown stains, and there were also more of the cleaning wipes inside the bag. So at that point, I knew it was pertinent to the case.
Okay. And that's when you documented it and stopped?
Yes, ma'am. I stopped manipulating it at that point, left it in place. I didn't move it from where it was. This is exactly where I found it. I just looked inside of it first, basically, before I photographed it.
Okay. And you indicated that was the clothing that you found inside as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you preserve the clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you preserve the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Is all that here?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to slide 17. Do you see what's depicted here?
Yes,
Can you throw a no ma'am in there for good measure?
And was that in the area that, excuse me, in the area that you indicated that there were many cleaning wipes, including the ones that were hanging?
Yes, ma'am. There were a number of them in the area, including some that were draped on some of the low-hanging branches. So we just collected all of them and assigned them to placard 7.
Okay. I'm now going to slide 18. And I'm going to ask council to just turn this off at this point. I don't want to zoom yet. Can you tell us what's depicted there?
Yes, ma'am. This is the area farther down the road on the Hunting Club Road, and this is where the torso is located. It's where Mindy's torso was.
Okay. So when you get to this slide, can you explain to the jury, how do you get into this ditch and where it is in relationship to the roadway?
So again, this part of her remains was located about 650 feet down from the intersection there with Jones Road, and it was on the north side of the right-hand side of the lane. So moving down that far, as we moved closer, the ditches varied in depth and also varied with their contents. There was standing water in some of it was just mud. In this particular area, it was mud and water that was standing there. And I had to move down into the ditch about 4 feet down or so. And then once I got in, the top of the ditch was roughly level with my head once I sunk into the mud.
Level with your head?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were about 6 feet down?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, can you describe the manner in which her body was positioned?
Yes, ma'am. We observed that the head was missing. Her legs had also been removed. We could see the femurs in her legs had been cut through and were protruding from the ends of her legs. Also, her vertebra, several of the neck vertebrae were visible. They were blackened, and the skin around the neck had drawn down toward the clavicles. Her right arm shows some signs of severe injury up around the shoulder area. And
2 weeks later, he remarried.
was laying on her back
Psycho.
and was heavily splattered with mud. It was difficult to really tell the extent of her injuries at that time because she'd have so much mud clinging to her skin.
Okay. What was the nature of her clothing at that time?
She was naked. There was no clothing recovered there.
Okay. And the only clothing recovered, how far away from the torso would it have been?
Again, that was back at the intersection, which again was about 650 feet.
Okay. And at that time, when you went down into the mud, can you describe for the jury, how does that incline work? Does it do straight drop off? Does it go down gradually?
It was a pretty steep drop off. I stepped over and used some of the nearby tree branches and the smaller brush to help navigate into the ditch. And then once I was down there, took some photographs and kind of documented and looked for any potential evidence that would have been immediately obvious before we decided to try to do any recovery.
And when you say recovery, do you mean taking her out?
Yes, ma'am. Taking her out of the ditch.
Okay. So
That's so
how
sad.
far was her body from the edge of the road?
Not that far, actually. Only about, I'd say, between 5 to 7 feet from the edge of the roadway. It depends on how you define the edge of the roadway. She wasn't far from the side.
Okay. Was there brush on the roadway leading up to where her body was?
The roadway itself was pretty clear, but the edges of the road had brush growing up. Again, this is a very well-maintained road, but it wasn't a public road, and it wasn't maintained as a public road was maintained. It was basically a logging road that was also used for hunting.
Okay. And was there anything of note that you initially saw about her body?
Again, just that she wasn't wearing any clothes, that she was lying on her back, and that her legs and her head had been removed were the main things that we observed.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the condition of the femur bones specifically?
Yes, ma'am. Once we were able to get into the ditch and look a little closer, I could tell that the bones had been cut or through with an instrument of some kind.
Okay. Is there anything of note in the manner in which they were cut to your eye?
To my eye, it appeared that they had been cut almost through and then had snapped or broken off.
Okay. And with respect to that, I'm now going to show you slide 19. What's depicted here?
That's Mindy's torso, as we discovered it.
Okay. Is that the original photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's before any manipulation?
Correct. That's as she was discovered.
I'm now going to zoom into her upper right arm. Can you describe what it is that you see there?
Yes, ma'am. There's some severe injury to her arm. We weren't able to tell a lot before she was removed, and even after she was removed, it was, not a 100% thing for us to determine. That's why we have the medical examiner's office, to conduct autopsies. However, it appeared that the arm had been cut and the skin had been cut away from the shoulder.
Okay. I'm now showing you slide 20. What is depicted on the left side of that screen?
That's Mindy's left arm.
Okay. Was there anything interesting or notable about her hand?
Well, on both hands, the hands were there for one thing. For someone who may have been trying to obscure, an identification of the body, for them to leave the hands on, and with availability of possible fingerprints, that was something that we had to evaluate as being immediately useful to the investigation.
Did you
But-
try to evaluate the fingerprints?
Yes, ma'am. After she was removed from the ditch, we had is generally used just
Me and
to see the
StreamYard are gonna
fingers,
frickin'
they'll roll,
fight.
or press it against the screen, and it'll read and interpret that and give you an idea of who. A
Pretty
person
much,
is
Charlotte
if
De La
the
Belle.
fingerprints are on file.
Were they?
Amen. The Rapid ID system did not return a result.
Okay. I'm now going to slide 21. What's depicted there?
That's Mindy's right leg, the area where it was removed, and that's her femur that's jutting outward from the wound there.
Now, my apologies. Can you tell us what specifically was unique about that cut on that femur?
It was pretty smooth. It was appeared to us to have been cut or sawn through.
Okay. Are you a hunter?
I am.
How long have you been hunting?
Since I was a child, single digits, a while.
Have you ever processed a deer?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay. Have you ever processed a deer in this fashion?
Cutting through a major bone, no, ma'am.
Why not?
Well, that's not the easiest way to remove a leg.
What is the easiest way?
Well, there's connective tissue surrounding joints, and the easiest way would be to cut that connective tissue and remove. If I was going to clean a deer, I would cut through the joint, rather than try to saw through a bone.
And the femur, is that a big bone?
It's the largest bone in the human body.
And specifically with respect to bones, when you and I were talking about this case, you gave me an example. Can you explain that example to the jury?
Yes, ma'am. And with the preface that I know this sounds distasteful and it's hard to process, but it's like eating a chicken wing. If you're going to eat a chicken wing, and when you go to pull the bones apart, you're not going to snap the bones in half. You're going to pull them apart at the joint. It's the same thing here. Those soft connective tissues are there, and they're much easier to separate than it would be to actually cut through a bone.
Not trying to be distasteful at all. Is that why those would separate so easily if you simply cut the connective tissue as opposed to the bone itself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But that was not done here.
No, ma'am.
And would it be fair to say that the other leg looked similarly?
Yes, ma'am. They were almost identical in the way they've been removed.
I'm looking at slide number 22. What does that depict?
That's Mindy's right arm, and that's the damage that we observed to it after we removed it from the ditch, after we removed her from the ditch.
And what is that she is laying on?
That's a tarp. We, as a crime scene specialist and also the agents themselves, we all keep a number of clean tarps with us. This was a fresh tarp that had been used. We took it out of the plastic, and partially because we used it to help get her out of the ditch, and then we used it to lay her on so we could examine her before she was turned over to the coroner.
Slide 23, what's depicted?
That's an empty Marlboro cigarette pack.
And why did you take a picture of that?
To be honest, one of the deputies, I think, had marked it early on during the initial response and thought it may have been of interest. But as we moved through the area, we determined there was lots and lots of litter laying around. But just to be on the safe side, and because we can't go back in time and do things over again, I went ahead and collected it just in case. It was a significant distance away from the torso.
How far?
Approximately halfway back toward the intersection, away from the torso.
On the same side of the roadway or on the opposite?
Around the middle.
Okay. So it was actually in the road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm showing you slide 24. What's depicted on slide 24?
This is very similar to the first sketch. It's just showing a little bit farther of a zoom out, I guess you'd say. And this is showing the location where Mindy's torso was recovered there at the top. And then the intersection at the bottom with Jones Road and the unnamed wooded lane, along with those evidence placards there, 1 through 7, that were located at the intersection.
Okay. And who drew this drawing?
I drew it.
Okay. Would that be a fair and accurate representation of what spatially those items roughly look like?
Right. This is an approximation for demonstration for demonstrative purposes. This is to show the relationship between where these things were found, with basically between each other.
Did you ultimately measure the distance of each of these items?
I did.
Okay. But for the purposes of this slide, it was merely to just give an approximation for the jury.
Right. This is for someone to, at a glance, get a good idea of where the body was recovered in relationship to the other items.
Your Honor, we actually have completed the first portion of his testimony. It appears.
We'll take a break.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Let's see. I've got 12:30. I'm going to ask that you be back here in about an hour, and we'll start at 1:45. So you've got a little over an hour.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm looking a little crazy right now. Hold on. Hold on a sec.
All right, court's in recess until 1:45.
All right, guys. So they are on recess at the moment. Maybe they'll play some clips from like the beginning of this whole shindig here. We could actually go back to the opening statements that we missed, actually, as a matter of fact. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to the opening statements because we missed that part. Some of you didn't, but a lot of us did. So let's kind of set back a little because that'll give you an idea of like the whole case itself.
Service, we thank you for abiding by those instructions. So we'll begin the trial at this time with the opening statements. Ms. Bayo, you may proceed for the state.
Your Honor, I'm going to defer and I'm going to go second.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I introduced myself yesterday, but just so, again, y'all know who I am. My name is Doug Weinstein, and I am representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. It is my honor to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, my client, Nick Kassotis, is not just an accomplished attorney and decorated JAG officer who serves his country in Iraq and in the Pentagon. He is also a man who lived in fear. Relentless, all-consuming fear. His wife, Mindy, also lived in fear. Mr. Kassotis is accused of the unthinkable, the absolutely unthinkable. Is accused of the unthinkable, the absolutely unthinkable, murdering his wife. But the truth, what really happened, is far more complex. Mr. and Mrs. Kassotis were told that they were targets. You will hear testimony that a man calling himself Jim McIntyre, who knows if that is his real name, claiming to be with the FBI, told them that their lives were in danger, that they had to disappear, follow orders without question, and trust no one, not their family, not their friends, not their loved ones. Every move they made, every lie that they both told, every strange decision, and there were quite a few that you will hear about in testimony, were driven by that fear. Mr. Kassotis lied to his friends. He lied to his family. He lied to Mindy's loved ones. He lied for years. Not because he wanted to deceive them, but because he believed that their lives depended on it. You're not going to hear testimony that Mr. Kassotis killed Mindy. You will hear testimony that he tried to protect her, but he was manipulated, controlled, terrified. And that fear, real and overwhelming, shaped everything that he did for years. Who's Nicholas Kassotis? Mr. Kassotis grew up in New Hampshire, in rural New Hampshire, in an area where there were quite a bit of hunting down a road. He graduated college from Boston University. He has 2 law degrees. He has a JD degree, which is the basic law degree, like I have, a JD degree from Northeastern University up in Boston, and he has an LLM from Georgetown. In Georgetown, he specialized in national security law and in cybersecurity. You will hear that Mr. Kassotis is a decorated military veteran, as I've already alluded to. He served in the JAG Corps for a decade. He served in Iraq. He was in the Pentagon. When he separated from service, he left as a lieutenant commander. He achieved numerous commendations within the Navy. He got the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal, the Joint Service Commendation Medal. And during Nick's time in the Navy, in the JAG Corps, he would sit at this very table that the prosecutors are at now, because he, during his time, at least in Italy, he was a prosecutor. You will hear testimony, I expect. I don't know everyone that the state is going to put forward, but you're going to hear testimony, I imagine, from Mr. Kassotis' first wife, Heather. They were divorced in 2015 when Mr. Kassotis learned that Heather was being unfaithful. He marries his second wife, Mindy Kassotis, the woman that was tragically murdered and that you're here to hear evidence upon, in the fall of 2016. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Kassotis separates from the Navy. He serves for a brief time as a civilian in the Navy, but then he leaves that And why does he leave that? He leaves because, frankly, a lot of very strange and unusual things begin to happen, and you will hear testimony on that. And he eventually contacts authorities, and a man calling himself Jim McIntyre appears. Now, Jim McIntyre claims to be with the FBI, and Jim McIntyre tells Mr. Kassotis, tells Mindy that they're in danger. They're in danger, their life is in danger, and they have to go essentially on the run. You'll also hear that following Mr. Kassotis' divorce from his first wife, Heather, she gets a $1.5 million judgment as part of the divorce against Mr. Kassotis. In the course of providing that award, Mr. Kassotis was under the belief that he was the recipient of a sizable sum of money. But you will hear he never gets that money. That money was illusory. That money was allegedly being held by Jim McIntyre for Mr. Kassotis. So he believed he was getting that money. He never got that money. I imagine that the state is going to tell you that Mr. Kassotis and Mrs. Kassotis, Mindy, moving around the country is because of this $1.5 million judgment. But the reality is it was because of fear. So there's a lot going on with Jim McIntyre. There are a host of lies that are told by my client over the next few years while they are on the run. As I said, you're going to hear about the lies that they told to their friends. You're going to hear about the lies that they told to their family, and specifically that Mr. Kassotis told. But this isn't a case about that. I would like you to focus on the tragic murder of Mindy Kassotis. You're going to see horrific, awful images of Mindy Kassotis' body. Unfortunately, I imagine that they are going to stay with you long after this trial is over. You're going to see her torso. You're going to see her legs. You're going to see her head. And it will be difficult for you to see that. I'm sorry that any of us have to see that. You're going to see a Milwaukee knife that was found near the scene of her body. What aren't you going to hear? You're not going to hear evidence that that knife was used on Mindy Kassotis. You're not going to hear evidence from the state's own toolmark expert that that knife was used on Mindy Kassotis. You're going to hear about a tub that was found near her body that was likely used to transport Mindy Kassotis. You're not going to hear evidence of Mr. Kassotis' DNA on that tub. You're not going to hear evidence of Mr. Kassotis' blood on that tub. Just like in the knife, you're not going to hear evidence tying Mr. Kassotis to that specific knife. Now, you will hear evidence that Mr. Kassotis purchased the same brand and style of knife at Home Depot. But you will not see evidence again that ties Mr. Kassotis to that specific knife found at the scene. You're also going to hear evidence of a knife set that Mr. Kassotis purchased at Bass Pro Shops around the time of Mindy's death. But again, the state's own toolmark expert is not going to be able to tell you that those knives were used on Ms. Kassotis. There's a lot that the state will not be able to show you. The state will not even be able to tell you how Mindy died.
I look crazy right now, y'all. I look
They do not
crazy.
know how Ms. Kassotis died.
Look crazy, y'all.
She was murdered, but how is unknown. You're not going to hear evidence telling you where Mindy was killed. They don't know where Mrs. Kassotis was killed, and you won't hear evidence about that. At the time of
What else won't we hear
Mrs.
evidence about,
Kassotis'
counselor?
murder, Mr. and Mrs. Kassotis were living in Savannah. You'll hear evidence about the state's
Good question, Heartstar.
searching of the Airbnb that they were renting in Savannah. You'll hear evidence of her blood being found on the futon at that residence, along with another individual's blood. You won't hear evidence about whose blood that second individual's is. The state's case is going to be very circumstantial, which is why they will tell you it takes 2 weeks to put it on. You're going to hear evidence that my client's vehicle was at the scene because they track the GPS in the vehicle. And when I say the scene where her body was found. But you're not going to hear any eyewitnesses placing my client at the scene. They're just not going to see any of that. So while you're going to hear witness after witness after witness testify about the lies that my client told when he was on the run from the individual or individuals that were trying to harm him and his wife. You'll hear lots of that. You're not going to hear a lot of evidence tying my client to this murder. So what I ask you to do is focus on what's really at issue here. As you watch this evidence, focus on what evidence does the state have that ties Mr. Kassotis to the death of Mrs. Kassotis. They're going to want to distract you. They're going to want to get into all these other lies. They're going to want to get into his third wife. He marries another woman shortly after Mindy's death. A woman that he had
I'm guessing money.
Appropriately flirting with during the last months of Mindy's life. And after Mindy's tragic death, he goes to Pennsylvania and he marries her. But none of those are issues.
Marries this lady 2 weeks later. 2 weeks
So I'd
later.
just like you to listen to all of the states.
But come on, man.
Hear what their witnesses say. Look at their exhibits
2 damn weeks.
and see if, once you review all of that, the state is going to meet their burden. Thank you very much. And I appreciate your attention this morning.
Thank you, Council. Ms. Bayo.
Right? Just divorce that person. I mean, it's a little friggin' crazy if you ask me. I'm just gonna pause this for a second. I don't know if those of you saw what I posted in our Discord. Not everybody is in our Discord, but I know I kind of want to be on camera for this, but unfortunately I'm a little crazy right now with the dye in my hair, just kind of waiting for it to be ready to wash out. But it is with deep sadness that I announce my daughter's godmother and very close friend of mine who's been friends with me since I was probably like 12. Her sons, she has 2 sons, 6 and 13, and their dad suddenly passed away at just age 37 of a heart issue that was unknown at the time. And her birthday was the next day. So her birthday was just 3 days ago. And he died on the 1st. And I just found out last night. And it has been a whirlwind, that's for sure. We all grew up together. I have many amazing memories of all the things we've all, hung out and done, and them being together and having the boys, and, going from me, I was the first one to have a kiddo, and a medically complex kiddo, and she has been an amazing godmother to my very medically complex, terminally ill kiddo for the whole 20 years of her life. And I couldn't ask for a better godmother ever for my daughter. And I know that she absolutely adores her godmummy and my very close friend. So I did post their GoFundMe, and I have to, the funeral, the arrangements are 4 to 8 Monday in Weymouth, and then Tuesday is the mass. So Tuesday morning, y'all will not have me. I will be at the funeral. Y'all will have me Monday morning because the wake isn't until nighttime, but I will not be here Tuesday morning because I'll be at the funeral, and it's going to be difficult at best. Let's just throw that out there. So just a heads up on why I'm not going to be here Tuesday, and why I might have to duck out early on Monday. But I will run the stream. I'll have somebody back up, help run the stream so that we can still play the trial. If this trial is still ongoing at that point, I'm not sure it will be, but if it is, we will still play the trial. It's going to be a tough week, that's for sure. It was very unexpected. He was very young, and now there's 2 little boys with no dad. Any of you from the South Shore area might have known him. His name was Lou Yeary. He ran Blackwater Towing and had, with his brother, who had passed away in 2023, for a long time. His nephew also worked there with him. And he did many things for the community over the years. So, people should show up the way he showed up for everyone else. It's a sad thing. It was very sudden, unexpected, and someone that young. And this is why I take my, health issues very seriously, even though I'm last on my own list because I have to deal with, my, kiddo, family members first. You got to take health issues seriously. You just never really know what's going on. My sister's, they found a lesion on her brain, and, they're doing a tap on her spine, MS, and possibly, whatever else. And so, like, when those serious things come up, like, make sure you get shit checked out, guys, because you never know. You just never freaking know. I hate water too, Jesse. You're not the only one, my friend. That's why I drink Propel when I drink water, because it has flavor. I can't drink water with no flavor. Just can't do it. Yeary. His last name was Yeary. He was from Weymouth, and a lot of you, if you're from that area, would know, around that age, would know him or his brother, Brian, who passed away in 2023, or his family in general. Again, they were in Blackwater Towing, so a lot of people in the community absolutely know them. It's unfortunate. It's undiagnosed, so like it was just out of nowhere, complete shock. And the day before her birthday, of all things, my dad took his own life the day before my brother's birthday. So my brother's birthday is May 16th. My dad committed suicide on May 15th. Not my biological dad, my dad who adopted me, my stepdad who adopted me when I was younger, who was dad my whole life. I didn't meet my biological dad, who's sick now, until I was an adult. So the guy that taught me how to ride my bike and tie my shoes and work on cars, and that there's a, y'all, I can't make this up. I can't make this up. For those of you who don't know, okay, if your key fob dies on your car, Okay. Inside your key fob, 99.9% of the time, there is an actual key. Even if you have a push to start car, there's a place to insert that key and start your vehicle in emergency situations. So if your key fob battery dies, there is a damn key inside the damn key fob. You just got to open it. So in case y'all didn't know that, yeah, my best friend died before she even hit 30. Believe me, this is something I've been through before, and it doesn't get any easier. You know, I lost my fiance to a house fire way back in the early 2000s. My best friend was left, we went over this yesterday, between 25 and 45 minutes with no oxygen to the brain. Nobody gave CPR, nobody did anything, and that's why they had to pull the plug on her 6 days later. She wasn't even 28. So, you know, I've been through something similar, but it hurts my heart for her and the boys, because this is going to be new navigation, right? 1-parent household versus 2-parent household, and answering the boys' questions. And obviously the 6-year-old is, you know, not really, you know, fully understanding. He's only 6, but the 13-year-old, of course, is, in that, you know, is the same age that my sister was when my dad died. My sister was 14 when my dad committed suicide. I was 21. Me and my sister are 7 years apart, and me and my youngest sister are 9 years apart. So my younger sister was like 11. When my dad died. So I know what this is like to go through this, and it's hard for a kid to grow up without a parent. It's extremely difficult. And then you have those things like graduation and your wedding and things that, you know, you don't think of in the moment, but when they happen, they become very heartbreaking. You know, in place of the father-daughter dance at my wedding, we played my dad's favorite song, which was Hotel California by the Eagles, just in memoriam of him. But to not have that dance with my dad was hard. You know, my dad had 8 children, 7 of which were daughters. And my dad did not make it to walk one of his daughters down the aisle. Not a single one. My dad died with 1 grandchild. My oldest daughter was 4 at the time. At least he had that. He was a papa. And for that, I am extremely grateful. But 37 is pretty freaking young, you know? So, you know, hug your loved ones, dude. Hug them. Tell them you love them. Don't go to bed angry. Don't go to bed mad, because you just don't know, right? You just don't know. Any one of us could be hit by a bus tomorrow, or some freak accident happens and we're no longer here. And then you start wondering about if you did everything you could have done to make sure you told that person that you cared about them and that you loved them, and to show your support to them, and to lift them up. And, you know, that's why I try to live with, you know, be a better person today than you were yesterday, because that is something that just sticks in my head and has for a really long time. And of course, no one's perfect. We all make mistakes, and sometimes we just don't, you know, we just can't make that milestone some days. But I try to be a better person today than I was yesterday, you know? And it's just extremely, it is. It's not promised to anyone. It's absolutely not promised to anybody, and you should live every single day as if it isn't promised. You know what I mean? I make sure that before I go to bed, I snuggle my children and my husband, and I tell them how much I love them. And, you know, I make that known every single day, because if something were to ever happen to me, they know how much I love them. And you guys know how much I love you and how much you guys mean to me. Even my little knows how much you guys mean to me. So, I mean, don't hold back. You know, if you got feelings in there, doesn't matter what it's for or who it's for, you better get them out, because if you don't have that opportunity, you will kick yourself in the behind. You know, like I said, me and my biological dad didn't meet until I was already an adult. I don't have the same kind of relationship that I had with my adopted dad, my stepdad, obviously, but we still have a relationship, and watching him die is extremely difficult itself. And there's nothing I can do for him other than be there, you know. That's it. That's all. There's nothing else I can do. My biological dad only had 2 children, and my oldest sister lives in Indiana. So I'm it. This is it. You know, I'm the only one. So you gotta, yeah, I mean, I wake up to a kiss every morning before my husband leaves for work. You know, his way of saying I love you before he leaves without trying to wake you up. Unfortunately, it always wakes me up anyway, but I'm glad that it does, to be honest. I feel safe when he's home, you know? So yeah, 37. He was 37 years old, and he did a lot for the community. So I expect there to be a lot of people, you know, there. So I expect the day to be long on Tuesday. I don't expect to be here. I expect to try to have somebody else run the stream for me. Not that they're going to be hear as in their voice, but they will run, you know, the trial being on for me. Because I'm not going to be able to do it myself, obviously, for obvious reasons. So, heads up, that's why I will not be here. I'll be at the funeral. So, like I said, hug your loved ones, people. You know, do what you can do. My whole family will be going, obviously, because, you know, my family, she's like family to us. They're like family to us. You know, friends can be like family, and I've known her so long before I ever had my first child. All right, I'm 38 years old. We've been friends over 20 years, over 25 years. It's a long time, you know. And when you've been friends that long, they become like family. There's nothing I wouldn't do for someone that I care about. And being there is the least that any of us can do. That's for sure. So, all right, back to the stream. Back to the opening statements where the
December 2nd, 2022.
this is the prosecution.
It was the week right after Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving that year was on Thursday, the 23rd of November. That weekend for South Georgians is a big hunting weekend. It's deer season. You're going to hear that weekend, Portal Hunting Club, which is located in Riceboro, Georgia, Liberty County, right near McIntosh Line. Down off I-95, Jones Road, that turns into Barrington Ferry, but it's right over there. And you're going to hear that there were hunters out. It's a family weekend. They were all out for deer season. You're going to also hear that Portal Hunting Club is a dog club. That means is that when they hunt, they use dogs to do the hunt. And the dogs run out into the woods and the deer run, and then the hunters shoot. And you're going to hear that one of those hunters shot a deer. And the dogs that he was using went to retrieve the buck. The dogs just weren't acting right. When he said come back, dogs weren't acting right. So he went to look to figure out what was going on. He did not expect what he found. He found a headless, legless torso, nude, completely nude, with two arms, one almost severed, her two legs severed, her head severed, just off the roadway. And as you can imagine, you will hear him testify. They were shocked, horrified. And I submit to you that the evidence that you will hear is that they returned to the clubhouse to try and get the police, to call somebody to come out. And you're going to hear testimony that that's when the onslaught of law enforcement kicks into high gear. They respond and they get there by about 5 o'clock, 4:50 p.m. And you're going to hear what the hunting club area looked like. Portal Hunting Club and the area surrounding it, the adjacent territories, there's over 30,000 acres of logging territory. And they hunt on that territory with permission. That looked like a great place to drop a body if you're not from South Georgia, because that's a busy weekend. Logging, hunters, dogs, you don't know they're there, I submit to you, you're going to hear that that wasn't a great place to leave a body because they found it quick. Wasn't far off the road, and they found it quick. You're going to hear and see some of the information that law enforcement collected, where the torso was recovered. And you'll see those roadways. They're not asphalt. They're not like regular roadways of the highway, but they're still roadways. And the logging trucks use those. And there are cars that come through, and local citizens will cut through there when the season is going on because the locks are off the gates. You're going to hear that people were coming and going, lots of people. And over the next couple of days, you're going to hear what they found. But that very first day, on December 2nd of 2022, the crime scene investigator shows up and they start documenting the crime scene. And I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, counsel's right. I agree about one thing. There are tons of horrible pictures. And I submit to you that we will do our very best to limit what we show you. The state has a burden to prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt. And dismemberment, unfortunately, is what we were dealt. And we have to prove that. So we will present photographs to prove that. But the torso wasn't all that was found on that first day of December 2nd of 2022. Crime scene is going to talk about what they recovered there. And that investigator recovered not just the torso, but the tubs that were used to transport it. And I submit to you, you're going to hear testimony about the blood that was found inside of those tubs, that they tested it on the scene, that they knew it was first blood and then that it was human blood next, because they can test for that. And they're going to tell you also about the knife. Counsel talked to you a lot about what wasn't shown. But I submit to you, you all assured us, and I'm going to ask you to use your common sense as much as possible. You're going to hear about that knife. A Milwaukee, orange-handled, black-sheathed knife. And that knife, ladies and gentlemen, had a cleansing wipe wrapped around it.
Sheath knife.
If you will.
Sounds familiar.
Things you use to clean up. Those wipes were everywhere. There were lots of them that were recovered. Because the killer didn't want to leave behind evidence. I submit to you that killer was a prosecutor. I submit to you that the evidence is going to show that he would have known to clean up. And I submit to you that there's more evidence. That knife was purchased, I submit, the evidence will show, by Nicholas James Kassotis. If you look at that picture, the state will introduce it, you can see that knife tucked under his arm. That's him on surveillance from Home Depot. And I submit to you that in case you were unsure that that was him, that's the receipt showing, if you look closely, that's his name, Nicholas James Kassotis. So I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, there's no question that the evidence will show that Nicholas James Kassotis purchased that knife. And if you look at that, he bought it at 8:56 a.m. on the morning that you will ultimately hear was the day her body was dumped. The same day, hours after. And you will hear evidence of exactly how we know that. You'll see the tubs. They will be here in this courtroom. You will hear about the DNA analyst testing the substances inside of those tubs and that it was Mindy's blood in those tubs. They didn't know who she was then. They just knew there was an unidentified torso.
She had law degrees.
Those tubs also get bought at Home Depot. And you're going to hear how detectives from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation ran down every lead they could. And in the beginning of this case, you're going to hear that there wasn't a lot to work with. You're going to hear they found a torso with no head and no legs. And that was all they had. That, the knife, and the tubs. So you're going to hear how they started with the knife and the tubs. And then it gets worse. Because while hunters are still out hunting, we find more pieces. Over a 3-mile radius, pieces are dumped with no regard, I submit to you, will be the evidence. Tossed into the woods. The heavier piece, right by the edge of the road. But her legs, they're brought farther out in the woods. Second tub is recovered.
You're right, back, guys. I
That
gotta
was used to
wash this
carry
out.
Her leg. You're also going to hear how her head was ultimately recovered. First leg found by a hunter, separate hunter than the first group. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about all of the victims in this case, because although Mindy suffered the most tragic loss, no question, every person this case touches suffered. You're going to hear there's a second hunter that finds the first leg. And then you're going to hear that they do a canine search. They deploy the dogs, cadaver dogs, to try and find the rest of her. That their job was to try and find this whole person to lay her to rest. You're going to hear that a canine recovered with his handler, of course, the second leg. And I'm not going to show it right now, but you're going to hear how they collected maggots, fly larvae from that leg to determine when these pieces were dumped. You're going to hear from the doctor. I call him the bug doctor. He's an entomologist, not that fancy. He's going to tell you when those bugs could have been exposed to her body and how that helped law enforcement to narrow down when she got there. That's the second tub. That was found next to the leg. And you're going to see where each of these pieces was recovered.
Cool. I like to be yeeted for no reason whatsoever while I'm trying to wash my hair out. I mean, worst luck, literally.
They tried. You're going to hear that they did her DNA. They're going to hear that it wasn't in the system. And they went to genetic genealogy. God bless our country. Technology gets better and better. And they were able to get leads to figure out who she might be related to try and figure out who this woman was. And you're going to hear that the lead that they got dealing with the FBI was for who might be her mother, Betsy Mebane. And Betsy Mebane, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear they did her buccal swabs. It's like a Q-tip, those cotton swabs that they put inside your mouth, and they collected mom's DNA. And it turned out that was her mother. 99.9999% statistically. That is Mindy. You're going to hear about the forensic sketches that came out, that they tried to find information, and the hundreds of leads that law enforcement ran down. You're going to hear about all of the work that everyone put in to try and figure out who is this woman. All while they were trying to run down the knife and the tubs, because that's all they had at the scene at the time. Remember I told you the doctor, the entomologist, he will estimate the dates of exposure between a window. And he gives a window, and he'll explain to you why there's a window of the 27th through the 29th. And the mean, or the median, right in the middle is the 28th. But it could be a little bit before or a little bit after, because he's going to tell you how he did DNA on the fly larvae to figure out how far along they were in their life cycle. So he could know exactly when her body was dumped there. But that in and of itself isn't all you're going to have. Now that we know it's Mindy Mebane Kassotis, you're going to hear that law enforcement went and talked to the people that last saw her alive to, again, keep closing in that window, right? And you're going to hear that she was at her house with the defendant at the time in Savannah. Her parents had gone away for Thanksgiving weekend. Her dad's going to tell you that he saw her a couple of days before they left. They went up to Hilton Head with their youngest son, and that they were not at the house that weekend. The four of them you're going to hear lived together. Mindy, Mr. Kassotis, her mother, and her father. And that her mom and dad went away knowing that Mindy wasn't feeling well, that she was on bed rest from being 8 months pregnant. That's what her parents thought. In fact, you're going to hear that they thought that January was her due date. And that she didn't go because she was going to stay home. She didn't feel well. And you're going to also hear them tell you that they were very glad to hear when Mr. Kassotis advised them that Mindy was in the hospital, because they thought, great, she's going to get treatment. They're going to take care of her. We're not worried. So they weren't surprised when they came home and they didn't see Mindy. And you're going to hear one of the most compelling things. Her dad had hip surgery November 30th of 2022 when he came back from Hilton Head. And when he came back, he went into the hospital, St. Joseph Candler, near the house. It was an overnight stay. And on December 1st, when he came back, Mr. Kassotis helped him into the house with his wife. It's a couple of steps to walk in, and he had just had hip surgery. And you're going to hear Mr. Kassotis told her parents, don't worry, I'll take care of Mr. Mebane. Go back to work. Mrs. Mebane, go back to work. I'll watch him. And while they're in the house together, he says to her father, I'm going to get Mindy. She's dead. I'm going to get Mindy is what you will hear, but she's dead. And he knew that. And I'll tell you why. The evidence is going to show that they were at this house in Savannah, and that in the house in Savannah, there's blood in the house, and it's Mindy's blood. And you're going to notably, you're going to see the photographs, that blood is right where her head would be on the futon. You're going to hear about blood specks on the wall that they needed to use blue star, a luminescent, to find because it had been cleaned up. You're going to hear, we don't know whether she died there. But there was definitely a bloodletting event there. And the only person with access was Nicholas James Kassotis. So we follow his car because now we know it's the 29th, 27th through the 29th. And what we find, his car is a green Ford Explorer. If you see at the top of that frame, there's a City of Riceboro building, and that building has a camera. And that camera captures a green Ford Explorer driving past it November 29th. I submit to you the evidence will show that that's the same day, if you recall, he bought that knife that was found on the crime scene. 8:56 in the morning. You're going to see his car. I submit to you, drive right past it. And I'm going to submit to you that the evidence that you're going to see that tells you why we know it's his car is that car has Bluetooth. When you buy a new car and your phone can sync so you can talk on your phone, lots of those new cars do that. AT&T keeps those records. Not the Jim McIntyres, but AT&T. I'm going to submit to you an independent third party, no interest in this case. And those records are going to show his car ping from his house to Home Depot and his whole drive right down 95 to Riceboro, right across into where he dumps the body. And he's going to admit on the audio statements to law enforcement post Miranda, an attorney who waived his rights, he told them, I turned off my GPS. And you're going to hear the surprise in his voice when he learns they can track his car too. You're going to hear that the car and the phone follow the same path. You're going to see that witness from Riceboro, and you're going to see those photographs. And there they are. You're going to see his Ford Explorer drive right past it. You're going to see the Georgia records that show it's his car. You're going to see the car records that show he bought that car with cash. Almost $46,000 of cash that he claims Mr. McIntyre was running all of his money, and he had no money. That's what you're going to hear. And we're going to tell you where he had money from. You're going to see the car come, and you're going to see the car go. And I told you, we followed the phones. That's why I said December 1st. He tells her parents he's going to the hospital to pick her up. She's already dead because he put her there. You're going to hear why everybody believed Mr. Kassotis. Counsel just told you all these wonderful things about his client. Decorated military veteran, prosecutor, judge advocate general with the Navy, Pentagon, Boston, 2 law degrees. It's not just her family that believed him. Everybody believed him. On paper, he looked like Prince Charming. I submit to you that's what the evidence will show. And then you're going to hear the statements from the defendant. And I submit to you, you should listen to them very carefully. There's a lot of information in there. And it's information that law enforcement was able to run down. It's not just lies. It's things that are impossible, I submit to you. The question becomes why, right? Mr. Weinstein talked a little bit about the divorce And I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that after 10 years as a decorated military veteran, Mr. Kassotis just leaves the Navy. But he leaves because he owes his first wife $1,500,000+, and the Navy is going to make him pay it. I submit to you that that divorce you're going to hear about, and you're going to hear about it from the understanding of why him and Mindy are on the run. I submit to you, Mindy will be afraid. I submit to you, he fooled her too. I submit the evidence is going to show that her
Getting real sick of this. Real sick of this. Buffering.
intent to kill. Every blow is an intent to kill. When you're striking somebody in the head.
It's in my nails, though. All the dye is.
Do we know if that killed her?
All
No,
over my
we don't.
nails.
But we know that all of those contributed to her death, and you're going to hear that from the pathologist, medical doctor. You're going to also hear felony murder, which is aggravated assault, where you intend to cause harm, serious bodily injury, but it ultimately kills them. So even if you don't think for a moment that at each blow it was intent to kill, felony murder is if I intended to assault, then they die, it's felony murder. And you're going to hear something about venue, where she was killed. Counsel pointed out quite a bit about what the state doesn't know. We don't. And the law in the state of Georgia, and you're going to listen to Judge Rose, specifically instructs on venue. It talks about either the county in which the cause of death
I did. It went through the glove.
In this case, you're going to hear everyone say they don't know exactly when she took her last breath. Because her body was
only on this hand.
And tossed over 3 miles.
I wore gloves. It was only came off on this hand. Went through the glove, I guess.
Also, under the law, it says If a dead body is discovered in this state and it cannot be readily determined in what county the cause of death was inflicted, it shall be considered that the cause of death was inflicted in the county in which the dead body was discovered. The law anticipates cases like this. And I submit to you, that's what we have. Mindy's body was in Liberty. That's why we are here. You're also going to hear about concealing the death of another, trying to hide the death itself. You're going to hear about the possession of the knife, and you're going to hear about more than one knife, the deer processing kit and the knife itself, that Milwaukee knife. And I submit to you, you have to get through the flesh to get to the bones. And you're going to hear the tool mark expert explain, you can't do tool marks on flesh. You're going to hear about possession of tools for the commission of the crime. Those would be the Ford Explorer itself for transporting the body, the insulation knife to get access to the bones, the deer processing kit to potentially cut through the bones, and the tubs that were used to transport her, the shovel that was used to bury her head and partially one of her legs.
Good gloves. I don't know how it got
Because they
through.
got moved all over. You're going to see them all over that map. And then the tampering, those cleansing wipes, trying to get rid of biological evidence. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, a prosecutor would know that. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to bring your common sense. Follow the law and give justice to Mindy Nevin. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. If you would please call the first witness.
And we approach.
Yes, sir. Going to take about a 10-minute recess. So if you would please step
Mindy?
out with the bailiff and we'll have you back in here shortly.
All right, hold on a second, guys, because yeah, I think this is from where we might have already started. So let's see. Take that 15-minute recess, and then right here.
Is there an older hunting club in Georgia?
No, sir.
Is there a clubhouse on that property?
Yes, sir.
Describe for the jury that clubhouse.
It's a block building, probably.
I believe it's
40
Mindy,
by
the wife.
70, with 4 bedrooms and a big kitchen in the back.
Yeah,
And a
those
den in the
opening
middle
statements.
With a big fireplace.
And how does that clubhouse?
Court comes back in about 5 minutes, and we'll skip up ahead to what we've already seen. This
That's where we
is
stay.
right before we started.
Most of Everybody's from Statesboro or Portal, which is right above Statesboro, so we all stay there in the bedrooms. There's 4 bedrooms.
So you say most of the members are from Statesboro?
Yes, sir.
Why isn't there a hunt club in Statesboro?
There is, but.
Still got some right
Get
here.
away, Try to stay out of trouble, but obviously.
Now, let me direct your attention to Friday,
No worries, Gal.
December 2nd, 2022. Did you have occasion to be on the Portal Hunting Club property on that date?
Yes, sir.
Was there something special about that weekend?
I don't think so. Was that the weekend after Thanksgiving?
Okay. Were you with any other hunters?
A group of us, yes, sir. Probably 30 people.
Now, describe for the jury when you're down there hunting, how the hunting takes place.
Usually surround the block and then turn dogs out in strategic places and try to jump a deer and run a deer. And that's what happened.
Okay. And did you have another hunter nearby where you were?
Yes, sir.
Who was
Next
that?
stand, David Brandon. He was down probably a couple hundred yards.
Thank you, thank you.
So while you
You're
were
like
out
10
there
years younger without my
hunting,
grace.
did
At
you
least
see
5.
deer?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a shot?
I did.
What happened after you took a shot?
I killed it.
On the spot.
Yes, sir.
Then what do you do after you shoot the deer?
Well, I was just went
My
down there
neighbor
and
is
looked,
lawn
and
mowing
David,
right
my
now.
next stander, he came down with me and we walked down there and saw the deer. And that's when I saw the torso in the ditch, and I thought it was a hog because there's a bunch of wild hogs down there, and I just thought it was a hog. And David and I looked at the deer, and then we went over. He said, "What's that?" And we went over and looked at it, and it wound up being a torso.
Did you touch it or do anything
No,
with it?
sir. It was down in a ditch in the water.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.1. Do you recognize what this is a picture of?
Yes, sir.
What is it a picture
That's
of?
a picture of the torso we found.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the torso as you saw it that day?
Yes, sir. I really don't remember but one arm. I don't know if this arm was under the water or what.
I'll tender it this time, State's Exhibit 2.1.
Any objection? No objection. It is admitted.
And I would ask that this time it be published for the hearing.
You may, sir.
Hey, Jack.
Thank you.
I just been getting, if you guys can, donations to the channel are always welcome
Mr. Lovett,
and
ask-
needed. We need a little extra this week. Transportation back and forth, so the funeral is going to be a pain in the ass. I don't live near there, so it's like a 45 minute transport. Me too, girl. Listen, I'm last on the list. We're moms. That's how it works. We're last on the list. Everyone else goes before we do. Thank you. Thank you. Honestly, this is my regular color. All I'm really doing is just covering the graves that are sort of underneath here and up here. And I haven't seen any that I missed, and I have very stubborn graves. So I've been looking to see if I missed anything, but I don't think I did. So that's a good thing. I made sure it was saturated because these ones underneath are very stubborn. Very stubborn. And I haven't seen anything that I missed. So that's a good thing. Nope, not yet. Not yet. First of all, I shouldn't even have graves. I should have a couple. All right. But my genetics are people went gray a little early in my family. So, and we all have dark hair like this. My mother is not white. So my dad, though, my biological dad is Irish, and his grandparents are off the boat Irish. I get very dark if I stay outside in the sun. I just don't stay outside in the sun a lot because I have POTS and it makes me feel like I want to pass out. So I'm very careful about making sure I'm cooled. Now let's skip ahead because this is the should be coming back right now. So this is the picture of the wife and the husband. Mindy was the wife. This is the husband. And the court should be coming back right about now-ish. Hit the live button. And that's why they went back to the seal at the court. Listen, welcome to the club, my friend. It's because by the time we get the kids ready and everyone else, and then doing mom chores, we're like, F it. I'm wearing comfortable sweatpants and calling it a day. I mean, I put this shirt on knowing I was going to get, like, these shirts knowing they're my, like, raggedy shirts. Then know I get hair dye on it, I can just toss it, or keep it for another time that I dye my hair. And I have, like, 2 shirts like this that I keep for when I dye my hair. That way, if hair dye gets on it, I'm not going to cry about it. I don't care. I can just use it again another time. It's the one thing I need is a car. Seriously need a freaking car. But no, not ready to give up my hair. My hair's always been black, literally always. So no, not ready. He does look scary, right? I mean, they're playing some pretty creepy music in the background of this. I'm just saying, it's not my background music. That's their background music. Sounds like chains. Did not see this, Jesse. I'm gonna look at it now. He's a giant asshole. That's what he does. Ooh, they cut the music. Also, by the way, that little QR code at the top of the screen there, that, my friends, is for those of you who have iPhones. Okay. Maestro very kindly made me that. They get all the credit in the world for making it, because I would not have known how to do this. And that brings you right to joining the channel for a membership. You can just hit subscribe, and that is free, obviously. But that little QR code over there on the top of the screen, that little square with the black and white dots there, that you can scan with your phone. You can put me on the TV and then scan that with your phone. And voila, it brings you right to the thing where you can buy a membership for the channel. So that's pretty cool. I think I had like, my skin did not love the dye right here. I must have already had like a pimple under the skin. So I can feel like the little bumpy bump. Can't see really, but I am mad that look at, it went through the glove onto this hand, only this hand, under my nails and on top of my nails, only on this hand. Yeah, it might be blurry, but it works. It definitely works, that's for sure. Some people say it's blurry, other people say it's not. Really just depends, I guess. My skin does not like chemicals, so. I mean, I did use petroleum jelly, which is what you would use normally around, the sides of your face to make sure your skin doesn't get dyed, but sometimes it takes a couple washes to make sure it's permanently off of your skin. Did a decent enough job. Ooh, entering playoffs. Yeah, literally. Like, just get divorced. We don't have to dismember people. That's an actual thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have to dismember your wife. You can actually just get a divorce. Seems like what was happening with this guy is it was a money thing. Money apparently creates monsters. I don't understand it. Listen, money's great. We all need it to live, okay? It's not worth hurting someone over, all right? It's really not. I don't understand it. 1.5 million is a lot of money, but if you have a lot of money, say that still left you with, I don't know, $500,000. You're not poor. Do you have credit cards? Do you have a bank account with a savings in it? If you have any of those things, you're not 1,000% poor or broke. I have none of those things. Okay, so this guy complaining about his $1.5 million thing he had to pay, which probably still left him with quite a bit of money, or in the very least, emergency things like credit cards and maybe a savings account. It just defies reality when it comes to those of us that just are struggle busing it. We're living paycheck to paycheck, just trying to do the best we can and take care of all the bills. There's nothing left over. There just isn't. And for someone like him, you dismembered your wife, probably over that $1.5 million that you didn't want to pay. Was it worth it? I mean, just get a divorce, pay the money. Or get a lawyer and then stretch it out so you don't have to pay it, I guess. But murder someone? I mean, come on. It just defies common sense that these people go to these lengths to do these things. It's insane to me. Really insane. Gotta love baseball. Listen, my neighbor is literally mowing his lawn right now. Like, guy, you have to do that right now? Come on. I swear to God, this is like the year of murder. The cases that I have seen this year have just been, I don't understand. Is it in the water? Is it in the sun? Like, what is happening? I think that's why it's so hard for some of us to get, Jack, is like, it would never enter my mind, or probably any of yours. So it's kind of hard to understand why or how somebody would go to that length. Yeah, he definitely was not hurting for money. Oh, I hear them coming back. I hear that they had lunch break. I am starving like a hostage over here. I'm gonna have to get a snack in a minute. I did hear them coming back. I heard something. And then they keep opening the audio and then cutting the audio. Me and StreamYard are gonna fight. Literally fight. Like, I'm tired of this StreamYard. I'm gonna start using Restream real soon. when my month with StreamYard's up, I'm gonna start using Restream because this is crazy. Apocalypse? Maybe, I mean, hey, listen, I feel like Apocalypse would be better than what the fucking state of right now is. Money wouldn't mean anything. You'd have to trade in like rice and grain and pasta to survive and non-perishable goods. Money would mean nothing unless you own an underground bunker that's self-sustainable, which there is one of those in the US. Then I guess being rich would be great. So I guess buy a bunker if there's going to be an alien invasion. Zombie apocalypse, or just apocalypse in general. I don't know. Like the state of our world right now is in, you know, shitty way. Come on, Georgia, state of Georgia. What is happening right now? They probably are. Purple. Are they purple aliens or green aliens? Which ones? Skinwalkers? Dude, this guy next door is like so loud mowing this on. Like, listen, I appreciate the sentiment, guy, but Jesus, I need soundproofing or something.
Okay. All right, now they can.
Not sure. Did I miss that part? I had to wash the dye out of my hair, so I had to take the headphones out to do that. And of course, it conked out on me when that happened, because that's my luck. But I don't know. Did they say she was? Did I miss that part? The grays are gone. The grays are gone. I gotta tell Leah, because she's the one who sent me the hair dye, and I have extra boxes now, so now I can just do a root touch-up next time. I wish. I mean, my whole office really needs to be moved around, but I actually need a desk. Like, I desperately need a desk. This table I got going on here, I can't even put the computers the way I want them. There's not enough space going on. Like, I literally need a desk so badly. I just do not have the extra funding to be able to buy one at the moment. But I'm hoping sooner than later I can get an L-shaped desk going.
When we stopped for the lunch break, I believe we had just concluded the initial.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to be clear.
I turned
did
my
there
mic
come
down,
a
but is
time
it too loud,
that you
guys?
subsequently returned to that location on December 5th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you return to that location, I'm going to slide number 26. I would ask that this be published. Can you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Can you tell the jury, why did you return on December 5th again?
Yes, ma'am. We had, excuse me, other partners join with us in the search that day, including members of a cadaver dog team. These dogs are trained to locate basically human remains in a state of decomposition. And they're very useful for large wooded areas like this. We also had aviation unit in the area and other agencies assisting us as well with the search of the ground.
And can you tell us what's depicted in slide number 26?
This is a portion of a woods road that kind of loops around to the east off of Jones Road. It's called Bear Hammock Road. It's not a public lane. It's a privately maintained drive, but it's in the same general.
I don't think he'll
vicinity. It's
testify.
about 2.5 miles from the location where the torso was found.
Okay, so it's in the same wooded area, but about 2.5 miles away?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that 2.5 miles, for lack of a better way to say it, as the crow flies or driving?
I'd have to refer to my notes. It's about 2.8, if I remember correctly, driving.
Okay, so it's a little bit closer as the crow flies, but driving it was just a tad farther.
Correct.
Okay, but that's now about 2.5 miles from where the torso was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you were present for that recovery on that date?
Yes, ma'am. I was actually called after the leg was found. But,
Okay.
How's that? Turned it
So
down
you
more.
discussed earlier finding versus recovering. Who found the leg to your knowledge?
One of the cadaver dog teams was searching the area, and the dog did a great job. He did what he was supposed to do, and located that particular portion of her remains.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how far from the edge of this roadway was that leg recovered?
Not very far, about 30 feet or so, maybe a little farther, but not much farther.
Okay. Was that farther than the torso was recovered from the roadway?
Yes, ma'am.
By a
It
little,
wasn't.
by a lot?
Just about a little. Well, it wasn't within sight of the road. You could not see the leg where it had been placed in the woods from the roadway. You had to actually enter the wood line, and then you could see it after you walked in.
Now, looking at the woods, were they heavily forested enough that you could take a car there, or would you only have been able to go on foot?
You'd have to walk in here on foot. You might be able to get an ATV in some places, but this was a young stand
That better?
of planted pines.
I don't know
Okay.
where trees went.
And would it be fair to say that those trees are close together?
They are.
Okay, so you couldn't just drive through it?
Yeah, we saw that, which is so ridiculous. Who
And
needs 8 attorneys for a
specifically,
civil case? So
Slide
crazy.
number 26, does that depict that roadway?
Yeah, Bear Hammock Road. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is looking to the southwest.
Now, some of the roads, well, let me back up, I'll withdraw. Do all of the roads have names?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so Bear Hammock had a name.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if the Torso Road had a name?
Not that I'm aware of. At the time, it was just a wooded lane. We used global positioning system or GPS coordinates to identify the specific location where the torso was located, and then where the other body parts were located as well.
If you have rural areas, can you explain why GPS coordinates are an option?
Well, for privately maintained roads like this, not all of them are named. So they may be on survey maps, but they may close if an area is logged and the new roads may be made, old roads may be damaged, or their use may be discontinued. So with the exception of private roads, sometimes GPS coordinates are just the most accurate way to record where an incident took place or where an item of evidence is located.
Yes, ma'am. That's what
Would that
happened.
include a longitude and a latitude coordinate? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were those taken for each of these recoveries?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in the following image, well, let me back up. This image, is this at ground level?
No, ma'am.
How was this captured?
This was a drone photograph.
Okay, and would that be the 400 feet or less that you were referring to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who would have manned those drones at the time of these incidents?
I took this photograph.
Okay, and is that the way it looked on December 5th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and now I'm going to actually turn off the monitors for the next slide. Slide number 27. Thank you. I recognize that this is very far away comparatively. Was this a drone photo or some other photo?
My screen's blank.
Oh, then we need Ms. Billings, Your Honor, to turn that off. Or,
Brady, could you step back to chambers and see if Miss Billings is available, please?
Your Honor, I just gave her message.
Okay.
my apologies, Your Honor.
Will be some form of justice. Obviously, not the form that we want, Heartstar, but I have some good sources that tell me there are some investigations that are ongoing at the moment. That's really all I can say. But I totally agree with you that the legal system needs a big shakeup and some things need to be reworked for sure. I've been advocating and fighting for that
I'm on
for
slide number 26.
months now before
still,
Karen's
so
case
that
ever
In
ended.
case we have some difficulty.
People don't realize the things that happen
Can you see
behind
what's
closed
up there?
doors of the work
Yes, ma'am.
people are putting in
Your Honor,
to
at this time,
make
then
sure
I'm
this
going to
never
move to
happens
slide
again
number
to anyone.
27. Can you see what's depicted in that slide?
I can.
And what is depicted in that slide?
This is a portion of the west part of Bear Hammock Road. It's a little difficult to see in the photograph, but if you'll look around the middle and a little bit to the left of center, you can see Mindy's left leg where it was recovered.
Is that what I've now zoomed into?
Yes, ma'am. It's in the center of the screen now.
Is that in fact vehicles that are on that roadway?
That is.
And what
I lowered
vehicles are
all the
those?
volumes on the
I believe
microphones,
that's Agent Sands.
so I hope it helps.
Tahoe there in front, and that's my truck behind it.
Those are the vehicles that you see to the left of the screen?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm
Totally
now
agree, Holly.
turning to slide number 28. Can you tell us what's depicted there?
Yes, ma'am. Again, this is an overhead view of.
Cannot speak for the
location of
McCabe's.
left
I do not
leg
know the
where it
McCabe's.
recovered.
I know the Alberts. Have
And
a,
these shots, were these taken before any
Lawsuit.
manipulation of the recovered items is occurring?
Correct.
things happen behind
The
closed doors.
cadaver
People
dog
expect
team
everything to happen
located
just right
the
away, and
leg and
unfortunately,
then
that's not the way it
notified us
works.
immediately. We responded and then started the
For various
documentation
reasons.
process then.
Okay. And when you took these drone photographs, that was from above, not having moved these items. So they would have been where they were initially found?
This is where it was found. Yes.
I'm now going to slide number 29.
That's what happens
What is
when I
depicted
air dry
in
my
this
hair.
slide?
Is it looks like I stuck my head in a light
That's
socket.
Mindy's left leg.
Okay. Would that be fair to say that's simply a ground level shot?
It is.
Okay. And who took that shot?
I did.
And this is again before it was moved?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And slide number 30. What's depicted there, sir?
This is Mindy's left foot. This damage to her area of her toes and her foot is consistent with animal predation or rodent activity, in my experience.
Okay. And so that would have been not necessarily something human done, but rather animals that were unfortunately in the woods?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm now going to slide number 31. Can you tell us what's depicted here?
This is the top of the thigh. In the middle there, you see the femur that's been cut through. And the grainy substance there was a colonization of maggots that occurred by the time we reached the leg.
So when you get to the leg that we're looking at in this picture, that was December 5th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So how many days had passed since the day that the torso was first recovered?
So the torso was recovered on the 2nd of December, and this was the 5th of December, so several days have passed.
So approximately 3 days had gone by?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that time, this is what was observed when you got there on the 5th?
Yes, ma'am. This is as we discovered the leg.
And
This
that
is the condition that
measurement-
it was in.
My apologies.
It's fine. This is the condition the leg was in as we discovered it.
What is that white marker that you see just below that leg?
That's a scale placed there for reference for size.
Okay. And when you made the observation of those insects at that location, can you tell the jury what, if anything, you did in addition to simply photographing this image?
So part of our training, we always try to determine a time of death. It's very difficult to do, and usually after about 72 hours, one of the best ways to do that is through forensic entomology. What that is, we'll have experts in the area of insect science who are able to take samples either that we collect or that they collect themselves, and then are able to determine different things like what species of insect has colonized the remains, and then using very well established standards for how long these insects take to basically go through their life cycle, they can then determine what they call a minimum time in which a minimum post-mortem interval, I believe is what they call it, which is just the earliest possible time that the remains could have been colonized by insects. So obviously we know she wasn't colonized when she was alive. That would have happened after she died. So in this case, we collected a
Science is
sample of the
insane.
maggots that were on her legs
Yeah, I didn't
and
say
then
shit.
submitted them to a scientist at Georgia Southern University for study.
And I apologize. Can you please describe to the jury what you had to do?
So we were given many tools to work with in the crime scene program. Nobody gave me a maggot collection device, so unfortunately I just used a gloved hand to collect a representative sample of the maggots and then placed them inside of a plastic case and sealed them inside of a glove, and then we were able to preserve that sample later on for study.
While you were collecting this sample, were you, without telling us what was said, were you speaking to anyone?
I did contact, my training in forensic entomology came from Dr. Edward Mondor at Georgia Southern University, who's, to my knowledge, is the only practicing forensic entomologist in Georgia. And I've had a workshop with him and trained under him specifically. I was able to contact him, and subsequently I was able to collect and preserve, or we were able to collect and preserve as a team a sample of the maggots from the leg.
And that collection process, did you discuss that with Dr. Mondor as you were doing it in real time?
No, he explained to me the process is actually very simple. It's not a complicated process to preserve maggots for study in this manner. It's distasteful again, but we take the representative sample of the maggots and then we pour boiling water over them. This kills them and essentially freezes them in place in time. We document that date and time and the conditions that were surrounding the collection. And then after the maggots are dead, we can pour that water off and then preserve them in alcohol. And then once they're preserved, they last pretty much indefinitely.
The new wife
And
didn't know.
that procedure, was that discussed with Dr. Mondor to ensure that you were complying with what was required on his end?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you follow those instructions?
Yes.
And as a team?
I
that
did
is,
not
of
myself,
course.
but as a team, we did.
Okay. So there were other people that assisted?
Correct.
Okay. But you're the one that actually did the collecting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were those preserved beyond Dr. Mondor? Meaning after, let me back up, withdrawn. Did you provide them to anyone after you collected them?
I collected the sample at the scene, and at the time, Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Lindsay Smith of our office, responded. I met her, passed the
There
sample
she
off
is.
to her, and
She
she
told
was
you
able to
what asking
subsequently
for her.
perform that procedure to make sure that they were preserved.
So she boiled them?
She did.
Yes. And then did you receive them back from her?
I did. They were logged into evidence, and I eventually hand-delivered them to Dr. Mondor and passed them off to him so he could conduct his study.
Did you receive them back from Dr. Mondor after he completed his study?
I did.
And
Yeah,
did
2
those
weeks.
get preserved for trial in court here today?
Crazy.
They did.
Are they here with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm now showing slide number 32. We can turn the monitors back on. Can you tell us what's depicted in slide number 32?
This is a small strip of gray plastic, and
Good
it was
question. I
located
don't know.
along a path. It should be noted that the left leg, when we found it, was not just, nobody just pushed their way through brush to put it. It was actually like a game path or an animal path that was already there. Again, I've hunted for many years, and I can recognize where deer walk through the woods, and this was something that was already there. That leg was discarded along
Definitely
this
getting paid
path.
for the civil.
And between the leg and the road, it was only a short distance, and this strip of plastic was found there. And
Definitely getting
it
paid for the
looked
civil part.
to me a lot like the plastic strip of that was included in the drawstring of a plastic bag, such as the one that we found at the original crime scene.
And that would have been where the corner of the roadway by where the torso intersected with Jones Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Animals
That was a
also
black
could have
plastic bag
moved her
that had the clothing and
remains, pieces of
cleaning
her
wipes in
remains.
it. I had a similar drawstring
It's a
strip
hunting
in it.
area.
Okay. But you didn't find a second bag, did you?
No, ma'am.
Now I'm going to slide number 33.
Ooh, that's a good
Did you
bet.
insert some of these slides to assist yourself in your testimony here today?
I did.
If I had the money for that bet, I would do it. You probably will join.
And I'm now going to slide number 34. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in slide number 34?
This is looking south on Jones Road. You should be able to see, I believe, the pumping station for a local water municipality. They're kind of close to the top.
You're referring to up there, sir?
Correct. And behind the camera, so to speak, or behind the camera's point of view would be the original crime scene, the intersection of Hunting Road and Jones Road. So the first drone shot that you saw, the very first one that looked north that showed the Hunting Club Road, this would be basically the mirror image of it. This would be the
Looking the opposite direction?
Correct.
Okay. And so how far approximately is that pumping station or the building from where the intersecting road was approximately?
It has been measured much more precisely than this, I guess, half a mile or so, not
Okay.
far.
So that car, if rather withdrawn, the pumping station that was down there, you would drive down this roadway to get to where the road cut for the torso?
If you came in from that direction, you'd have to pass there.
Okay. I'm now going to slide number 35. Can you tell us what's depicted here?
That's a gray plastic storage container. A lot of people call them totes.
Okay. Would you call them rubberized tubs too?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Okay. And this particular tub, where did you
Even though
see
some
it
of them
first?
barely did anything in the second one.
So this was also a cadaver dog team find. The team was walking along the path here, and one of the dogs pulled them off the road into the edge of the wood line, and they discovered this, looked inside, and decided to contact us to respond to the area, and we did.
And did you photograph that?
I did.
Had that been moved, or was it, do you recall where that was originally observed?
This particular item of evidence was where it was found. This is depicted as it was located.
That's where you ultimately saw it?
Correct.
Okay. But there were other people there before
Yeah,
you?
if it crosses state
meaning
lines,
the
can be
cadaver
federal.
dog team, correct?
Right.
Okay. And the next photograph, that being slide number 36, can you tell us what's there?
And that's just a little bit more close-up shot. Same tub, walking up to it. This was,
A bin.
it wasn't very far off the side of the roadway, so this would have only just been a couple of steps off the side of the dirt road.
Okay. Did there come a time when you did anything with respect to this tub?
So when we looked inside the tub did have an amount of water in the bottom, a couple of inches. There were some leaves and other debris inside. However, there was a reddish brown substance that was kind of stuck to
Blood.
the side or adhered to the insides of the edge of the tub, and it appeared to be blood. So we decided to test it with a field test kit.
So I'm going to
And
now show you slide number 37.
Was
Would that
it?
be a view inside the tub of what you just described?
It is.
we don't get to see it.
And specifically,
I don't want to see gore, but I mean, geez, can't see the inside of the tub.
I'm referring to
Empty.
the interior portion of that tub. Can you see that?
I do.
Oh, there it is.
And is that what you were just
Looks like
describing to the jury?
It is.
And did you do anything with respect to what you observed inside of that tub?
Just said he tested it.
Well, again, because we don't have
Pay attention, lady.
opportunities to go back and preserve evidence or collect evidence that we may have gotten, we decided to pour the water off that was inside the tub and go ahead and let it dry a little bit. But we poured the water out through some filter paper and collected that filter paper and some paper towels with it, and then collected the filter paper and the towels as evidence.
Why would you do that?
Well,
Use
I
butcher
can't
paper a lot.
store, and that
Dry
water would
stuff.
take a long time to dry. And again, once you let water and evidence sit together, you start having problems with mold and mildew, and then you start having potential damage to DNA evidence. And
That's definitely blood.
trying to preserve the evidence, you have to dry it.
So by pouring it through the filter paper, what were you hoping to accomplish?
just in case there was any trace evidence or anything inside.
Right?
The
Like, you know,
container
that can
could
be traced,
analyzed
you
later at the lab. We decided
dumbass.
to err on the side of caution and filter the water through first.
Okay. And did you take any swabs with respect to this tub?
We did. We took a swab of the inside that reddish brown stains on the inside and exposed it to a phenolphthalein test kit.
Now, you have said we several times.
It'll
When you say
Phenolphthalein
we-
My apologies.
tests for blood.
Okay, so it was you that was doing these processes, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Uh,
And did you in fact at some
so
point
with,
do a blood
hydrogen peroxide.
presumptive test, the phenolphthalein test that you referred to?
I did. I also did an OBTI test.
It's almost
Okay.
like they want
Now
to be
showing you
caught
slide number
Right.
38. What does that show?
doing stupid shit
The
like
test
that.
kit on the right there is the phenolphthalein. And again, it's showing a positive result there for blood in the mixture of the sample that we collected. And on the left, there's the
You're so
OBTI
smart.
test strip that's also showing a positive result for human blood.
Google searches. To be fair, I think my Google searches would
And
horrify
that food print, just so
anyone.
we're sure.
because I do true
That's one
crime.
of the.
So
That's either myself or one of the respondents. This area had been rained on heavily. There was no chance of there being footwear impressions left with the amount of rainfall that had been in that area, not in dirt.
Just
you
wanted to
imagine
make
them
sure that
going
we were
through
being clear
our
for the
Google
jury. Those
searches? 'Cause we
potentially
do
are
true
your
crime.
footprints or
all
one of
true
the other
crime.
officers.
Right.
some of you will
Okay.
send me
And
cases,
so,
information on cases.
That was
Can you
not in
imagine?
some way evidence in connection with this case.
No, man.
Okay. And I'm now going to ask you, each of the blood tests that you referred to, that being the first series of tests that you took and then the second series, what did you do with those swabs?
So the swabs themselves that are used are consumed by the testing process. So
Researchers are
those
hilarious
wouldn't be
and
things that we would
ridiculous.
take with us. However, the original evidence itself would go with us and remain with us. We just document the results of the
Right.
kits because again,
Like
those
my
are just
search
guides.
history,
We're
it's
gonna
all
have
about true crime.
follow-up testing at the lab later on to let us know definitively what is in
They
that
think I was a
list.
serial killer or something.
So when you say the ones
Dead
that were
body
not
found in
preserved,
blah,
you're
blah,
talking about the one that's inside of this little packet, is that correct?
That's
what
right.
does
And
phenolphthalein
were there
do?
additional swabs taken and made available ultimately to the crime laboratory? Or was it the actual tub? itself?
Exactly.
In
I
this
have
case,
to know.
both of the tubs that were recovered
I'm
were
the same way as you, Tracy.
conveyed to
I
the
have to
crime lab
know.
for testing.
Okay, so they had the ability to
What was he
take the
looking at? What
actual
results did he get?
tub itself for additional testing.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm now going back
Nobody down there
to
go
slide
missing. I would like to
39.
not be a suspect.
Would that be the end of
Search
your
history for
collection
true
at that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
What did you see here in slide number 40?
Oh, I Googled it.
So one of
See what he
the
would've
partners
got.
that we had working with us that day was the Department of Natural Resources game warden who handled what's called an article dog. Article dogs detect items with human scent in places where human scent is not supposed to be. So I'll give you an example. When I
Cadaver
first
dogs.
met this particular dog handler, I asked him how his dog worked. And he had me throw my pocket knife into the woods, and the dog found it just a few minutes later. So the dog can detect human scent. In this case, we conducted another search of the original crime scene just to make sure there wasn't any other pieces of items of evidence that we could have missed. And the canine identified some torn pieces of clothing that were behind where that original plastic bag was located at the crime scene. And so we went ahead and collected those pieces of cloth and preserved them.
Were there any lids recovered with these tubs?
So I was not present for the collection or the recovery of a lid. However, there was a lid recovered.
Okay. And was that preserved?
It was.
Okay.
Halloween's my favorite holiday. I love Halloween. It's
I
literally
just want
my
to make
favorite
sure I'm
holiday.
clear though. You
I
did
love
not
dressing up for
actually
Halloween.
process it, right?
No, ma'am. It was packaged
Halloween
and taken
party,
to the
woo,
crime
woo.
lab for processing.
Okay.
If it's nice out, I might have one in my
So,
yard. Halloween party.
Before I move forward, I'm going to show you what I have marked as 1.1A through 1.1TT. These have been previously shown to council.
Right?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm handing you a stack of photographs. I'd like you to just take a look at them.
Hate Christmas. It's, especially when you sit in a room full of people, and everyone's passing each other gifts. And like, yes, I'm giving out gifts, but there aren't any incoming because I don't have family like that, and the kids aren't kids aren't buying you gifts. So it's like I spend a fortune on everyone else. And so it's like I love watching them open it. That's my favorite part of Christmas is their little faces when they open something they really wanted, or my husband's face when they get something that I know he needed or wanted. But I'm not gonna lie, it does feel shitty when you don't have family really left alive and you're just kind of like sitting there like your stocking's empty unless you fill it yourself. I'm not filling my own stocking, dude. That's just ridiculous and silly. I'm big on stockings. My grandparents always did a stocking for us, and even as an adult, I have to like, hello, can you fill my stocking, husband? Like, you always forgets. Like, dude, it's important to me. All right, God damn it.
Yes, ma'am.
Halloween, my jam. Christmas, me.
I believe
I
that.
do it for the kids, and I'm
Do you recognize what's in
get
those?
the happiness out of
Yes,
watching
ma'am.
everyone else
Okay.
open the things that I got them.
Barring the image like the one that you see right now in slide number 41, are those a fair and accurate duplication in a actual photograph form of what is on that PowerPoint in 1.1 in evidence?
Yes, ma'am. These are digital, physical prints of the digital photographs that I took.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce them so that they may be available to the jury subsequently if needed.
No objection.
All right, they are admitted.
Your Honor, I'd like to just publish them in their entirety to the panel.
Oh, that's fine.
Thank you.
I always wanted to try diamond painting, and I don't have I want like a skull. You guys know I like skulls, and I like blingy things pink. I want like a pink skull that has like a bow or something. I want to try the diamond painting. I've not tried it yet. My friend Lisa does it, and I want to try it. It is a good change. I wish I was born on Halloween. That would be awesome. I was born a month later. Right? Good old stocking, you know, maybe some cosmetics, a gift card. If you can fit a Mary Lou's coffee in there, you know, I usually get one the night before and put it in the fridge. I haven't had coffee today. Maybe that's why my brain's all. I mean, as a man, you expect him to remember things like stocking. No offense, men, but it's not very good at like remembering small things like that. Oh my God, yes, they do. They literally need classes on gift giving. I shouldn't have to tell you the exact thing I want. You should be able to figure it out, men. All right? Figure it out. Once in a while, it's nice. Diamond painting, it's like these little tiny jewels, and there's like a specific pen that you use to pick them up, and it's almost like paint by number, but with like jewels. It's kind of cool. Baby Alec Murdoch. I am a Sagittarius. Funny enough, half of my household is Sagittarius, and the other half, well, more than half is Sagittarius, and the other half is Scorpio. My little Mrs. Sagittarius by one day. She's like the last day of Scorpio. I think it's called something else too, besides diamond painting. There's something else they call it. Forget what the other name of it is. Maybe I'll put one of those on my wish list. Is a little diamond painting kit. I want to try it. I'm a Sagittarius too. I was born on Thanksgiving, So every 4 years or so, my birthday's on Thanksgiving. It was on Thanksgiving last year and it sucked, just FYI, because nobody is celebrating you or your birthday. They're celebrating Thanksgiving, and 9 out of 10 times they forget it's your birthday because it's Thanksgiving. Yeah, now if, you know, the FBI here in Boston could get their shit together like that, that would be great. Yep, that is Sagittarius because my oldest and my middle are December 1st and 10th, and they're both Sagittarius. And my birthday is November 28th, so yeah. And my youngest is a week before me. So we're all born within 1 month span, and so guess whose birthday gets forgotten every year? Well, I guess mom's running around for 3 kids' birthdays instead of anything that has to do with her own. So I literally never do anything for my birthday. I do nothing, ever. I know. I need to do something like that. Believe you me, if I had the funding, I would. So if I had the funding to just go to the spa and get a facial, I would, you know? Oh my God, the opening on this one was quite strange to me. You know, the defense team was like, yeah, he lied. He lied for years. He lied a lot. He lied to his new wife, and he lied and he lied and he lied and he lied, but he was afraid. He was scared. That's why he lied. I'm like, what? Bro, there's like way more evidence than he he lied. So it's amazing to me that they went on that whole spiel of, well, he lied and he lied and he lied and he lied. Right? Mine's Christmas time. Mine's between my birthday and Christmas time because I have 3 kids' birthdays, Thanksgiving and Christmas, all in a month span, and I want to cry and curl in a ball that time of year. Forensic entomologist on speed dial, right? He must. I mean, they're pretty thorough here, right? Like, way more thorough than what I hear over here in Massachusetts on some of this stuff. Some of the stuff they don't do here. I'm telling you. Say it with your chest, girl. Say it with your chest. I'm telling you. Samesies, but mine happens to be around Christmas time. It's awful. Yeah, third party, I think, is what they're trying to like argue, but I'm still not understanding what third party they're trying to use here. Listen, I feel that right now. Okay, not having a car is like number 1 the worst, and number 2, I don't do Dunkin'. You guys know that. I do Mary Lou's, but even that, it's not right around the corner. I can't walk there. You know. I can't believe you're still waiting for that check. That's crazy to me. I would call them and start putting some pressure on them. Like, hello, it should have already been resent out to you. There is no reason that you shouldn't have already had it by now. I feel like it has to be partly for like rights, you know, like I'll use a bunch of them for like movie deal, book deal rights or whatever, because why else would you need 8, 9 civil attorneys? It just doesn't really make sense. It was the one-armed man, like you said earlier. That's who it was. Fat guy in a little coat. That's who it was. It was the fat guy in a little coat. That's the third party. I don't get it. What are you apologizing for? Strike it and move on, prosecutor lady. Girl. Yes, it is stressful. Super stressful. Listen, they do need more content. I agree. Listen, I would love gift cards. Like, send over the gift cards or cash. People don't even realize it. Just give it gift cards or cash. Give a Visa gift card, though. Don't give a gift card to a place that you don't know if they're going to like or not. You just assume. Like, don't do that to people. Don't be that kind of gift giver, y'all. Just give the cash or give a Visa gift card so they can use it pretty much anywhere they want. I wish. Once my kids are that age, I don't know what they would be expecting from me. You know what I mean? Like, once you're 28, 25, like, the only reason I even do my oldest is because we all know why. Because, you know, she's terminally ill and medical complexities. I want to give her everything I can until I can't anymore. And, but my other 2, listen, if they're that age, you're getting a gift card and a swift kick in the ass. Like, a swift kick in the ass. That totally worked. You are the best gift giver. The best gift giver. Best Mother's Day gift I have ever gotten, to be fair. Okay. So everybody should take notes on how Tracy buys gifts. Some kids do prefer money, so they can buy clothes, or they can go out with their friends, or they can throw, I prefer things like that, or things like a trip someone planned and was like, hey, for Christmas, we got this trip that we're going to go on, right? That's a memory that you have forever. And I'm big on making memories like that. If I had it in the bank, that is something I would probably do every weekend, is take a camping trip or a weekend trip up to Vermont. And when we had a car, it was a little easier to do, like, even camping trips at like state parks nearby. So you're not too far from home in case you got to go home, but it's still not home. So, it's still a little fun way to go out. I feel like all adults probably do prefer money, right? No, I don't prefer it. I like a gift that someone thought about, right? So if there's something that I've talked about and not even realizing, you know what I mean? Like, that's something that I would want or wanted to do, and then someone comes up with a gift that's like that, that means a lot. Like last year for my birthday, it was probably the best gift I ever got, and friends of mine threw in, and I had just, Tracy knows my satchel purse, the one that goes over my shoulder. That purse, I had one like it, and it broke, and it was much smaller. But a few girls got together and threw in together and got me a new leather shoulder purse, and I use it every day. I absolutely freaking adore and love it. And it was a thought, like, they thought about it to really get something that I wanted or needed, and they had known that my purse had just broke like a week before my birthday, and they were like, that's what we're gonna do. And then with the extra money, they got me a gift card to Amazon, which you can't go wrong with. You can't go, I could always use something or need something from there for sure. So it's not always prefer money for a gift. I mean, I guess if the person can't think of anything, money is always a good option. But I'm telling you, people, the ones who give gift cards, don't give gift cards to places you like. Just give a gift card as a Visa gift card. They, one of these days they're gonna like need groceries or about to be out of gas or have to pay their phone bill or whatever, and that Amazon gift card isn't going to help them. But the Visa gift card, that one is going to be their knight in shining armor, and they're going to think of you. They're going to be like, good gift giver, that saved me in a pinch. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I've tried it. I've tried it so many times, Jesse, and I do have Mary Lou's coffee, right? But the problem is the way they make the coffee. I can make it cold, I can make it iced, but I need the mocha, okay? And what they use as a secret mocha is Swiss Miss concentrate, right? And you can only buy it now. You used to be able to buy like one can. It's a big can. You used to be able to buy one can. Now you cannot do that. Now you have to buy it in like 5 or 10 cans, and it's like $120. Not affordable, obviously. And so if you don't have the mocha, it just doesn't taste right. It does not taste the same. And then if you have a coffee that does not taste like the coffee that you drink, you're not going to drink it. It's not going to be the same, right? Like, I hate when people fuck up my coffee. Like, ruins my whole day. You F up my coffee and you're effing up my whole day. Realistically, my microphone is struggle busing, falling over here, and I don't know why. Hold on. I mean, what are they doing? They're having a very long sidebar. I feel like I should be playing the sidebar thing at this point. Girl, I'll sort clothes. Do I get to keep clothes? I need clothes so bad. It's not even funny. What's happening with my mount here? It's having a hard time today. I feel like I'm having a hard time today. It's one of them days. I haven't had coffee. That's why. That's what the thing is. Probably. I mean, I know there's a lot going on. There is some federal investigations happening behind closed doors. Ooh, okay, yeah, I'll play the sidebar. I haven't played it in a while, right? We haven't played that one in a while. It is quite funny. And they're having a very long, I don't even know what they're doing. They're staring into the abyss right now, I feel like. right? I mean, teenagers are easy. Definitely cast for teenagers, you know? I will totally come shopping in your closet, okay? Facts, will do. I need clothes desperately. Listen, I'm in, like Flynn. If I could pack up right now and head to an airport and get on a plane to do so, I would. But what would I do with my little? If I bring the little, I'd totally do it. I love those kind of gifts too. Handmade gifts, something with my name on it, like the cup that my sister made me for Sacco. I paid my sister to make those because I don't expect my sister to take time out of her day with kids while dealing with health issues for her business to do it for free. So I paid for the cups and the bracelets I had my sister make and the stickers for everyone. But I like things like that. Somebody made me something that had my name on it or something that said Twisted Tragedies. That is just as good. I would freaking absolutely love that. I don't care if it costs 1 cent. That is such a good gift. That is such a thoughtful gift. I really want like a neon sign that says Twisted Tragedies on it in red or blue, because it's red and blue are like the colors of the thing. I think red would probably be better, but I've never tried it, the diamond painting, you know? But it looks like something I could totally do while I want to woosah. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, blankies. I want one of those minky blankets. On my list of things that I want are one of those Minky Lux blankets. I want a pink one so bad. And pink or black, maybe black cowboy boots. I really want a pair of black because black will go with everything. I really want pink, but that doesn't match everything. So I think black is the next smartest idea. But I would really love a pair of like black cowboy boots. I'm telling you, I literally probably have the same. I have a bunch of t-shirts, but that's about it. Other than like my spaghetti strap shirts. I own like 2 pairs of shorts, literally, and I own leggings. Yeah, exactly. All the money goes to the minions, to the littles for that. Girl, I'm in. I am in. Just one problem, my little. That's it. Just gotta figure that situation. Otherwise, I'm in. Ooh, okay. I just saw that now. Sorry, BTM, my bad. I am slow motion on these right now. Hold on. I don't even know what they're doing right now, to be honest. Like, I'm not really sure what in the actual hell is happening. While I'm sending this to VTIM, if y'all would like to donate to the channel, that'd be real helpful, considering this is my income. And yeah, so if you'd like to do that, there are a bunch of different ways to do that while I'm sending this link to VTIM. I think it's sent VTIM, but you got to tell me because it said sent, but I'm not sure. If I need to do it again, tell me. We have Venmo, Cashapp, PayPal, Revolut, and then also, yeah, I totally forgot to put the link in chat. That is totally on me. This is the donation link that I totally forgot at the beginning of the stream. I'll put it in chat and pin it now. Hey!
I see that they're just staring into a computer screen. Maybe he's looking at his notes. Like,
what are they doing, bro?
Maybe he's doing exactly the same thing. You know, like when you look at the KRE trial, and all these lawyers can remember exactly what their opening is with their memory. They're not staring at notes. And this guy's just like staring at his computer notes the entire time about his client. My client was a lawyer for the military, and he's a nice guy, but he's a fucking liar. He lied about everything. He might be lying to me.
He's lying. He lied a lot, but he lied because he loves you. What?
And a mysterious man also was apparently controlling their finances. We don't know who he is.
What? Like what?
And I'm just sitting here. I'm like, really? The mysterious man. Oh my God. And then it's like they're going to be like trying to hide that, like, we're going to pretend to forget about the $1.5 million he owes to this woman.
Right. Okay. Like that's the reason.
Yeah. You know, we're not going to remember that one. The jury is looking a lot of crime scene photos. Yeah, probably because they said in the beginning that this was like a very bad situation, let's just say. Like you're talking about a person chopped up into multiple pieces and, you know, decomposition and stuff like that.
Big facts. Big facts. It is special when you have an unusual name, because I have an unusual name. And when I was a kid, when you guys were kids, ever see those things that had like hairbrushes or like things that would have your name on it? My name was never on any of them. I used to get so upset as a kid.
So, like, what is the defense gonna be?
He lied, but something about the FBI. You heard that part, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't understand it. It seems a little odd. Like, yes, I'm a big fat liar. Believe me now, though. I was on the run from the money, but I wasn't on the run from not paying the 1.5 million. I was on the run from a mysterious man controlling my finances.
It was straight. They were like, you know, they told him he had to cooperate, FBI, and just do what they say. And he did. Like, you're talking about a man who has a JD, was a prosecutor, but he just did. He has no knowledge of how the FBI works, and he's just supposed to do what some strange man says. Like, is that what we're going with? That's like a real defense?
It seems to be the defense of very guilty people. You know, Koberger tried to say someone else did it, but he was denied because the judge was actually a good judge. The Adelphi killer was saying an Odin cult or some shit, trying to bring that in, but the judge
was Satanism.
Odinism, yeah, not Satanism.
Odinism,
you know, but the judge there was good too. Unlike the Karen Reed judge, who said, "Well, whatever, you want to blame everyone in the neighborhood, go for it."
Right, go for it.
You know, it just seems like a tactic. Even like this kind of reminds me of Murdoch a little bit too.
Right.
You know, like the web we weave. Like they're both lawyers. They both lie to everyone. They both owe it a tremendous amount of money, and they both killed their wives.
No shit. No freaking shit, dude.
So I don't know. I think it's gonna be a tough case, but I would, if I was this, is this like a public defender that he has?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's a public defender or not. But what I do know is, like, I don't think you start off with, hey, yeah, my client lied to everybody, including his brand new wife, and she didn't even know. And he lied for years, and he lied to friends, and he lied to family. And the FBI, he just, you know, some shady FBI stuff, and he's got a JD, and he grew up in Boston and New Hampshire, but he did not dismember his wife.
2022. Did you in any way facilitate another crime scene location?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go?
311 East 65th Street in Savannah.
Why did you go to that location?
Well, at that point, Mindy had been identified, and further investigation revealed that she and Nicholas had lived at this address for a period of time during the window in which she would have died.
Okay. If you know, do you know what their arrangements for the living conditions were at that location?
The residence was being utilized through Airbnb as a rental.
Okay. And when they rented at that location, did you know at the time you went to the crime scene who resided at that location?
We did not.
Okay. Can you tell the jury just a general description of what that location looked like?
Sure. It was a single-story residence in a neighborhood full of similar homes. Not a big residence. I guess I'd have to look at the square footage in my notes, but there were 2 bedrooms, 2 dens, and a kitchen.
2 dens.
And I believe 2 bathrooms. There was a nice backyard that was enclosed, shaded with trees. There was a shed in the backyard, and the backyard butted up to an alley that ran through for trash collection.
Okay. And when you went to that location, how did you gain access?
We spoke with the owner of the residence and obtained their consent or her consent to search the residence and treated it as a crime scene.
Okay. So you were permitted to go there?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And at the time that you went there in May, did Mr. Kassotis reside there anymore?
No, ma'am.
So at that time, the person that owned the residence was responsible for that location?
Correct.
Okay. So you got permission from them to go in?
We did.
And they granted that?
They did.
Okay. Do you take a signed document to ensure that you have some proof that that was the case?
So yes, we do have a form.
Love Will Trent.
Just used for consent to search.
Good
whenever
show,
we,
by the way.
Try to obtain that during the course
On
of
the
the
GBI.
investigation. I was not the agent who actually obtained that permission, but that is a standard practice.
Okay. And so when you enter the residence, can you tell the jury how you handle a physical crime scene like a residence any differently than perhaps the woods?
Well, and this is a very unusual crime scene because normally when we're responding to something, this is to an incident that just occurred. In this case, we weren't sure exactly when this crime was committed. We had an idea at the time, a time range, if you will. But there had been a significant amount of time, months had passed between.
I'm guessing they're home, yeah.
Potentially occurred, and we weren't even sure it had occurred there. So we were going through to search this house, not really knowing 100% what we were looking for or if we'd find anything.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that there had been other residents inside of that dwelling in between December of 2022 and when you got there in May of 2023?
Yes, ma'am. So with the residence being treated as an Airbnb, there were people being moved through the residence from time to time. I don't have records and don't have access to those and have not had access to those during the course of my portion of the investigation. But as you can imagine, there were other people who would come in inside and out of the house.
So at that point, how did that impact what you did?
Well, as far as contamination goes, and we pretty much treat this as a scene that's again, we're not 100% sure what we're looking for. To a certain extent, we just got to use common sense. We know that Mindy received some pretty serious injuries, as horrible as you can imagine. You saw the photographs, and we had to look for signs that may have occurred there. So the easiest thing to look for at that point was the blood.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury how you would go about finding blood that may have been left behind?
So again, some of the tests that you saw, I described seeing a physical stain, like a reddish brown substance, clinging to the side of a container, or maybe on a piece of cloth. When we look for blood that's not visible, we look for blood that may have been cleaned up, or maybe was deposited in minuscule amounts that's just not visible to the naked eye. We do have some chemical processes that we can employ to look for those and try to identify those stains where they are. The one that we chose to use in this case was called Blue Star. Now, you heard me talk about Blue Star OBTI. That's a presumptive test for human blood, but Blue Star is a product. They make several different products, and this particular one that we used is just Blue Star. It contains a chemical called luminol, you may have heard of before. Luminol and Blue Star, both in the presence of hydrogen peroxide, come into contact with blood and cause that blood to glow. So it's not like on TV where you may have seen a crime scene investigator go into a house and shine a black light around and see blood, and the blood starts glowing. That's not what happens. Blood doesn't glow under an alternate light source.
Boogie's here.
In this case, we can use the blood, mix it according to the manufacturer's specifications, and then spray it in a fine mist. And anywhere that mist falls where blood is at a detectable level, and it's pretty sensitive stuff. If I remember correctly, it's about
Blue Star is supposed to be really good.
million that it can detect. And what it does is that blue glow that I'm describing is called chemoluminescence. It's the same way that fireflies or glow sticks emit light. It's not a chemical process that emits much heat, but it does emit a faint glow. So one of the things we have to do when we employ that chemical is we have to make sure that the residence is very dark.
No blood glow party. Sorry,
Tracy.
Tracy.
We had to do to prepare to even spray the chemical was to go around and cover all the doors and windows with black plastic. We unplugged microwaves and taped over LED lights and things and made sure that the residence was as dark as we could get it, and moved all of our camera equipment inside, and then began searching the house using Blue Star to look for stains that could potentially be blood.
Okay. Now, just so that we can start.
How many cleaners were in there in the meantime?
Go to slide
especially
number
if it's an Airbnb.
42. Can you tell us what's depicted here?
This is another drone photograph. This is from directly over the residence. The residence in this case that was 311 is going to be the third from the left.
Okay. That'd be fair to say that it's the one underneath the biggest tree on the left side of the photograph?
Right. Most of the backyard was shaded.
Okay. And so that's the overhead of that house.
Right.
How far apart were those other houses from this house?
They were pretty close. I'm not sure that you could park two cars in between the houses, so they were packed pretty tight.
Okay. And I'm now going to the next screen, 43. Would that be the distance between if you're facing the house, the left side of the house and the house closest to it?
Right. This depicts the left side of the house if you're facing it from the roadway, and it's right there in the center of the photograph.
Okay. And can you also see there where there's the pathway to the right of the house? I'm referring to, and I'm zooming in right over here.
Right. So there was a concrete walkway from the road, from the sidewalk to the front stoop of the house. There was a way to walk around the right side of the house, but it was not very well kept. That concrete walkway actually went to the neighbor's house.
Okay. But that is the distance between the right side of the house and the neighbor to the right?
Yeah, that's a good depiction of it, yes.
Okay. I'm now going to slide number 44. Can you tell us, how did you gain access to enter the house? What was involved with getting into the house?
So we met, I believe we obtained permission from the owner of the residence, and she allowed us.
I'm going to stop you. I need to clarify my question. I mean to physically walk into the house. How do you get in?
Oh, through the front door.
Oh, I know. Are there any steps?
There are.
Okay. Can you describe that for the jury?
Sure. So there, you see there's a concrete walkway from the sidewalk to the front of the house.
She's
There's
too detailed. This is like
iron
lobby
railing
levels.
and our metal railing and a front stoop.
It's a little
there and then
much.
the front door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a
So you'd
little
have to go
much.
up those couple of steps, either holding on the left or
There's
right.
some things
railing
that are
if you chose
common
to,
sense
then make
that you
that right,
don't-
I guess, into that front door.
You're
Yes,
making
ma'am.
it longer by doing that.
Yeah, this is not a
Now
trip
going
and
to
fall
slide
accident
number
case.
45. What's
Right.
This is
depicted?
a murder trial.
This is the bedroom on the southwest corner. Or excuse me, apologies, not bedroom. This is the den area, living room on the southwest corner of the house.
Okay.
Doesn't make sense to
And
me.
are there any light sources inside of this room that had to be covered in order to be able to conduct the Blue Star?
Yes, ma'am. The doors there leading out to the back porch or the back deck, and then the window, and also on the opposite side of the room is the kitchen. So there was kitchen windows that needed to be covered as well.
Okay. And inside of this room, was there ultimately anything of significance to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. When we started searching with the Blue Star, one of the first things that we saw that gave us a positive reaction was the blue futon there, the cushion on the rear of it.
But this
I'm
is
just
an
gonna ask you once
Airbnb.
again, you said they.
How
Are you
many
referring to
people
yourself or
been
to
in there?
someone else?
I had help, assistance. Again, this is a fairly major undertaking to put up all the plastic and everything. So I had help from my team, the additional agents that come in
Maybe.
and help me prepare, and then stood by and helped me observe.
But I also
while
feel like there's
applied.
some things that are just
Okay.
kind of common
So
sense.
were
You
they
wouldn't
assisting
really
at
need
your
to nail
direction?
in like
They
that.
were.
Okay. And were they in your presence the entire time?
They were.
Okay. When you say they assisted, did all of you then ultimately put up these tarps or obstructions to the light sources?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was there anything in this room that became noteworthy after you applied the Blue Star?
Yes, ma'am. After I applied the Blue Star, there were a couple of things. One, and the most obvious, was the blue futon there, the couch with the cover over it. The top of the couches were facing there on the left-hand side. Had a significant reddish-brown stain on it that actually, once we discovered it using the Blue Star, we flipped the light back on and saw that it was actually visible to the naked eye.
Is that the couch you're referring to there that I've kind of zoomed in on?
It is.
Okay. And did you then ultimately have the opportunity to capture photographs of the Blue Star reaction on this futon?
I did.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury, is it always possible to capture a Blue Star reaction?
So no, the way Blue Star works is it causes a reaction that is basically transient. That energy that's being released in the form of light, once that reaction is over with, that catalyst occurs, it only lasts so long. So, and because some of the sample was actually consumed as part of that testing, is something that you can't just do over and over and over again and expect the same results. So And usually there's at least 3 applications that are involved in the recovery and documentation of any stain that we find with Blue Star. And it's the first one that we use to identify it. That's when it first glows and we go, okay, well, there's a possibility there's a stain there. Then we'll set up camera equipment and we'll try to go ahead and measure and capture that. And then usually a third one to make sure that we get a good photograph. But that's not always possible. It depends a lot on the substrate or the material that the chemicals actually coming into contact with and what the blood is actually sitting on or in. And then how much has actually been deposited there.
Okay. So in this case, meaning with the futon, you were able to capture.
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to show you slide number 46. Can you tell us what that is?
So that is what Blue Star basically looks like in the dark when you spray something that makes it react, usually blood.
And what is depicted in that image in slide 46?
That is the stain as we observed it on the rear of the futon.
Okay. I'm now going to slide number 47, and I'm asking you, can you tell us what is depicted on the area that I've zoomed in on?
So that's the same area of the futon. And again, you can see that reddish brown stain there on top of it.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that's the naked eye as opposed to Blue Star?
Yes, that was visible, with or without the Blue Star being applied.
Okay. And now looking at slide number 48, what do you have depicted there?
That's the same stain. We just pulled the futon down. That futon, the stain would have been in the upright position on the back side of the futon.
Yeah, it is.
So basically just folded that cushion over and then applied a scale there to give you an idea of what size the stain was.
So I'm looking at
Pretty
slide
big.
number 49. Is that what you're describing?
That's correct.
Okay. So would it be fair then to say, where is that stain located on that mattress or futon seating area?
As it was oriented when we found it. And keeping in mind that, of course, the futon mattress can be placed in pretty much any configuration you want it. That stain would have been on toward the wall there where that metal portion of it is standing up against the wall.
Okay. Do you have any idea if that futon mattress had been moved?
No, I have no idea. It was that as you saw it in the first photograph is how we found it.
So I'm going back to slide number 45. Is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
And so, but you don't have any way of knowing if since December of 2022, that had been reoriented or moved in any way?
I have no idea.
Okay. So you just documented what you found?
Correct.
Okay. So when you see this stain, you said you took a measurement of the scale and the range. Is that correct? That the stain spread?
Seems to look, it looks like a lot.
I'm
to
going to
me.
show you slide number 50. What did you do here?
So again, these are field tests, the same as we used before as phenolphthalein and also the OBTI test. The phenolphthalein returned a positive result for blood. The OBTI test returned a positive result for human blood.
Okay.
Well,
Wow.
Is that same stain that you were referring to?
Right. In this case, we used a sterile razor blade just to cut a small sample.
And it seeped in. You could tell. It looks right under there.
Trying to
Tired of
resaturate the
buffering.
stain using
Bullshit.
distilled water or something like that.
StreamYard.
The normal, if we had found a dry sample or a dry stain somewhere that we want to sample, we use what's called a wet dry technique where we'd use 2 swabs, wet one with distilled water and use it and then collect another with dry and then use both of them in the test. And in this case, it was just as easy to cut a small section of the stain away and test it.
So you put the actual cloth into your testing sample?
Correct.
Okay. And with respect to the phenolphthalein, did you do any other testing?
We did the phenolphthalein test and then we also did the OBTI test to determine if it was human blood or not. And that test returned a positive result for human blood.
a lot of
And with
blood.
respect to blood testing, and if this is outside of your area, please just tell me. Can you tell when a stain of blood happened?
No.
Why not?
I mean, that blood could have been placed there at any time. I have no way of telling when it was there. In fact, Blue Star can be used to recover, in an archaeological sense, can be used to actually identify blood on ancient remains.
So you just know that there was blood, you don't know when it was deposited.
Correct.
Okay. Now looking at slide number 51, what's depicted here?
So we decided to collect the stain itself from the mattress just by cutting it away. So we took the stained section away, packaged it as evidence, and then noticed that the batting or the material, the padding underneath, had actually been saturated with what appeared to be blood as well. So we decided to take a sample of it too.
Okay. And is that what's depicted in this photograph?
Correct.
I'm now showing you slide number 52. Can you tell the jury what is on the floor there that I am showing?
Right. So as part of the search process, and like I said before, there's usually an application done with
Looks
Blue
like
Star to
footprints.
identify where stains are. Once we identify a good location where we feel like there may be some
Look at all
stains,
them stains.
we'll mark that location. At this point, we use some black tape and just marked the outline of the stains on the floor in the general area. And then went back, set up our photograph equipment. Because again, you only get so many bites of the apple at this. If you want to make sure that you get a photograph as best you can, if you can. And so in this case, we did. We were able to take this photograph, and the way this photograph was taken is a very long exposure. Most of the time, if you hear a camera click, the shutter only stays open for just a moment. In this case, the camera was placed on a tripod, and the shutter was allowed to stay open for a very long time, almost a minute, I believe, in this particular exposure. And then at the very end, I had a flash that I aimed at the ceiling. The light went up, bounced out, and then illuminated the rest of the room. So you can see both the Blue Star stain there on the floor as well as its context with the furniture in the floor.
Okay. Now, where was this stain located in relationship to the, I'll go back to slide number 45, the rug that you see in this room?
So we sprayed the rug and we didn't get a reaction from it. So
New rug?
in order to check underneath it, we moved it and then sprayed again. And that's when we found the stains on the floor.
So the rug didn't fluoresce,
It did not.
but what was under it did.
I bet it was a new
That's
rug.
correct.
Did you notice anything about the pattern that the stain was in on the floor under where the rug was?
Well, in contrast to the stain that was on the back of the futon, you could not see the stains that are on the floor. This flooring was kind of like a vinyl plank. It was manufactured, and if you got down closely and looked at it, there were grooves in it, and this blood was not visible to the naked eye at all. So the blood that you're seeing there that's fluorescent, that's causing that stain, is actually from blood that's down in the grooves of the floor.
So when you pulled the rug up first, you couldn't see that stain with your naked eye?
Not at all.
And you only saw it when the fluorescing occurred?
That's correct.
Showing you slide number 53.
Awesome to be named after someone. I'm not,
depicted
but
there?
my kids all are.
This is the same area of flooring with the light turned off and just the chemoluminescence depicted in the photograph.
Was there anything that drew your attention as a crime scene specialist with respect to the pattern of that stain?
Ma'am, in my opinion, particularly on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see where there's a strong reaction. And probably, yes, ma'am, there in the center of the screen, there's the brightest reaction. You see how it tails off to the right, to the bottom of the photograph. That, in my opinion, appears to be a wipe. A wipe is where we have blood that's been deposited on the surface and then something moves through it, as opposed to a swipe, which would be where something bloody comes into contact with the surface and then deposits blood on it. So what we can tell from this is there was a bloodletting event that occurred in this home at some point, and then it appears that it's been wiped through.
And with respect to that, the grooves
Look at that
Can you
oh
see
shit
them
moment
in
with this guy.
pattern?
Yes,
This-
ma'am. They move from left to right
It's
in the
like,
photograph.
oh,
And when you say from left to right, would
fucked
that be
up.
from left to the right in the photograph
that's
itself?
when he
Yes,
knows he
So
fucked up.
when you refer to the swipe, is that the correct terminology?
Wipe.
Wipe, my apologies. When you refer to the wipe, are you referring to this section at the lower right-hand portion right here? I'm going to zoom in on it specifically.
This is damaging.
ma'am.
This is
And
really
that would
bad.
be a downward motion, correct?
Yes, ma'am, across the grain, so to speak.
So it was across the grain. Would blood normally move in that fashion on its own?
No,
No, ma'am, I can't.
Speculation.
If you can
No,
testify,
he can
as,
testify as an
in
expert.
Reynolds'
He's been
opinion.
qualified
Yep.
as an expert,
Yeah.
so I'll allow it.
he can testify as an expert. That's speculative.
Bingo.
Can't honestly think of a way that blood could have gotten into the grooves of the floor without also being on top of the floor. I mean, I suppose you could get a syringe with a tiny needle and put diluted blood in there and then get down on your hands and knees and insert
This would
blood
be
into the
objectable.
grooves in the floor
This would
and
be
make that
objectable.
pattern. But it would be
Yeah, because he's
Kinda
just
ridiculous.
speculating
I mean,
himself,
that's-
I suppose, is a
the only other way I
speculation.
can think of.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we turn, please?
See you around, Dougie.
Now, Your Honor, I'm about to move to the physical evidence. Do you want
Yeah,
to
Hi,
break.
Dougie.
right now, or would you like?
You always get the replay, my friend.
We can do that. We'll take 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, just excuse us.
Okay, so they're breaking for the day.
No, 10 minutes. They wouldn't be done for the day. I think I heard him say breaking
Oh.
for about 10 minutes.
I'm so used to a previous trial where they broke at 3 o'clock and it was like,
Yeah, where it was like 3:05 and they're like, fuck it, we're not going till 4. It's 3:05 already. Why would we do such a thing?
yeah. But this is pretty damaging. It's basically a lot of blood. It's human
A
blood.
lot of blood.
And there's an attempt to clean up this human blood in this man's house.
Cover it with a rug. And a
Yeah.
house that he apparently used, from what I'm understanding, as an Airbnb. It's like, dude,
We're in recess.
I Airbnb if I travel, okay? And to think that a murder could have been committed in an Airbnb I'm in, it blows my mind.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, and I guess the next step is that they're going to try to identify whose blood that is. That's going to be another
Correct.
lab tech.
Yeah.
I don't know what the defense is going to be for this situation. My guess is they're going to blame the one-armed man theory.
right.
But,
They're
you
going to
know-
blame the third party, whoever that is out to get them, like the boogeyman. My problem with this is if the prosecution, if she doesn't speed it up a little,
Yeah,
Uh,
she's too, there's too many questions that are just not necessarily like, is it a walk-up? Is it,
we can
you know,
see that it is in the
and
picture.
you just lose people, man, because it loses me too. I sit there, I'm like, oh my God, lady, can you just get to the point?
And that's the part that you have to think about, which is if you're starting to zone out, the jurors are starting to zone
Yeah.
out, right?
It's like,
So
get
you
to the point.
can't be this whole and you gotta give it some you gotta change up your tones in your voice, otherwise you're risking them falling to sleep in tunnel vision. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Number one.
I think this guy is like, you've seen the look on his face like a deer in headlights when the guy talked about like the cleaning up the blood and finding the blood. You could just tell the guy, no, he knows he fucked up. And he
Well, the
knows he-
prosecution, I'm surprised. I mean, it's a woman, so I'm like, hey, lady, put some, umph into this. Like, this is a murder trial where he dismembered his wife and then didn't report her missing and then dumped her in a 13,000 square foot or yard, mile hunting area, which apparently didn't know that was for hunters. Like, it was a club, part of a club. He obviously did not
Yeah.
know that he used it as just a dumping. A girl, look, I like 10 years younger when I get rid of the grays, okay? Like at least 10. Thank you, by the way, for the dye, because now I have extra, so I can just touch up when I need to. But I mean, the prosecution really needs to get some oomph into this, because I get it. You want to make things clear, but if you're asking too many really right in front of you questions, is it a walk-up? We can see in the picture it is, right? Like we know that it is. So cut the sort of questions that don't need to be asked, that are just right there in front of the jury anyway, and start with the more, things that aren't as clear, right? That's what you want to sort of nail in. And if you don't get those points in, it's going to be lost in all of the extra nonsensical BS. What is happening? Do you see that? They went from like the exit sign to the camera back to the state of Georgia seal. Like, what is happening? I mean, listen, This guy's screwed. He can blame it on the one-armed man. He can blame it on the FBI. He can blame it on he lied to everybody for years for no good reason. But your wife, who you didn't report missing, is found dismembered, and you want us to believe you had nothing to do with that. Well, don't you think if your wife went missing, you would have reported that? Or are we going to get told like he didn't report it because the FBI told him not to? Like, is that what's about to happen? Because I feel like that's probably about to happen. You know, I mean, I feel they have a pretty wild story here. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty apparent to me the guy committed the crime. That's my opinion of the case. It's sad. Mindy did not deserve this. And this guy, to feign ignorance over certain things, especially when it deals with like the FBI or anything like that, when you're a prosecutor, when the guy had a JD from, I forget which law school it was, but it was here in Massachusetts, okay? Grew up apparently between New Hampshire and Mass because he went to college here in Mass. He had his JD from Massachusetts. He was a prosecutor. He was a lawyer. You can't feign ignorance when you're that far into things like what the FBI does. I mean, it's just not gonna fly. Like, oh yeah, the FBI told him just do whatever. He was told to just follow orders, and therefore he did, of some random stranger. Like, what?
Yeah.
Which one? The FBI investigation? Well, this guy's attorneys in the beginning talked about the FBI and how he's just following orders. It doesn't make sense. None of the story makes sense.
What you talking about?
The defense has brought out there yet. In the very beginning, when the defense did their opening statements in this, they talked about he was following orders. He was afraid. The FBI, like, none of it made any sense at all.
It's always the mysterious FBI. It's them that did it or something.
Just following orders, was afraid. I mean, they're not even like the defense doesn't even get into explaining what does the FBI have anything to do with this.
Well,
and are you telling me that an FBI agent told him to like run and hide, kill? Like what?
You know, the enemy of a good defense for innocent fraud project is getting in too much into the details of your defense. You know, it's the same thing with Koberger. They were like, oh, we're gonna blame 3 other people, but then they realized they couldn't blame 3 other people, so they had to take a plate. Same thing with the with the Delphi.
Did you see that there's actually still lunatic people out there being like totally being pro burger? Like you didn't do it, you just played. And I'm like, is this real? Is this what?
Yeah, I mean, there's still people that think Kylie Rodney was killed and drowned tragic. It's just how it is with these cases. There's people that never move on, either because they get the views and they never could move on, and they don't move on to something else. It's just how it is. They just
covered so many cases since the Karen retrial ended, and some of the FKR channels are still every day talking about her case every day.
Well, they do that because they know they can't really do anything else. I mean, like the lady's free. Your whole movement was free this lady who, whatever. She is free. You got what you wanted. What now? Oh,
like I get it. They know that like the money's gonna drop. Agreed. I don't even think I've gotten one this entire stream. I think I got one yesterday. So yes, the money gets lower when there's not a very public interest trial happening in that moment. I understand it. But to keep harping on it because you think that's what's going to get you donations, I mean, that should show anybody really what they're about, which is the dollars and the cents. They don't care about covering the cases. They don't give a shit about it. They could care less about it. It's what they think is going to bring in the money. And it's like, great, we could all use it. It's my income too. But I'm not willing to just harp on a case forever until the end of time, unless something is actively happening or there's new information, like then you cover it. But other than that, I'm not just going to keep talking about the same case over and over and over every day. That's going to be my main subject because that's what's bringing in crazy lunatics to talk about conspiracies. Like, come on.
Did you see the surprise witness recommended a video? Because I seen you. I didn't watch this video yet, but I thought you would probably be interested. I put it in the back, but it's basically a hidden documentary called Epstein Maxwell: A Hidden Documentary.
Well, then I was going over some of that stuff yesterday,
and this is like a really old, like looks like a 60 minutes episode. Like it's like really old. Like
we might have to tap into some of that.
You need to watch that. It's pretty interesting.
Yes, I do. Yes,
I put it in the back. I put it in the back with
you. I see it. Thank you. I will delve into that
And
one.
did you see the Macron, like, with the Candace Owens lawsuit? Like, apparently, BJ Investigate shows that, like, the guy, the French president, was purposely putting a book there that was written by someone who likes children.
I did, yes, I did.
Crazy.
I was like, what the actual, and I agree with you, Tracy. A lot of people want to see the follow-up. Like when a case ends, they want to know, like, where did these people go?
Well, I
What
think
happened to them? How things are in their lives now, which is good in theory. It's harder to get those people to want to answer after something like that. That's the
it
problem.
looks like Alan Jackson might be trying to represent Karen Reed. It might be
He
trying to the civil case.
Yeah,
So,
he added himself to the civil, him and Elizabeth Little to the civil case.
which to me is like, I wonder if that's a conflict because, like, isn't he a possible witness?
Could be a possible witness, yes. I don't know how they would approach that civilly, but I suspect they're not really going to use him for much on the civil case other than just saying Alan Jackson is added to this
And
civil
I have a
case.
question. I mean, like, can they really like sue this, like, the city? Because she was convicted of OUI.
Here's the thing. They
I don't think you
had
could
probable
sue.
cause. Okay, they had
Yeah.
probable cause. You can't sue for wrongful arrest. They had plenty of probable cause. You can't sue. You were convicted of the OUI. Granted, you weren't convicted of the other. So you're still convicted of the OUI. You can't. So she can't charge. Like you. I mean, you could attempt it. You're never going to win it. You can attempt to try to sue for any of those things, but you would never win because they had the probable cause. You went through 2 trials. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what she thinks she's going to sue for other than Proctor and his text message. That's the only thing I could see her winning any sort of civil suit over is like privacy violation or something.
Yeah, that could be an issue with, like, because the jury, they might try to settle with that one because that could be an issue. But wrongful arrest or anything, no. When you get convicted for one of the charges, it kind of destroys your whole case for wrongful arrest. And the issue is I don't think there's going to be. I don't know if there's a lot lower standard for a car accident case type of deal. So.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. And I think that's the thing. The lawyer, him being a lawyer thing, Tracy, is where it gets sticky because if they do try to call him in as a witness, that does become a conflict of like, can he represent her if he's a witness? Usually in criminal cases, that means no, it's a no-go, right? I don't know what they will do when it comes to civil. But
there's no double jeopardy. So
no.
he can.
If the federal government right this very second said, "I'm going to charge her with murder," that still wouldn't be double jeopardy because federal charges versus state charges are different. So federal double jeopardy doesn't attach.
I don't think that. I think they
won't. But I'm just saying that's another way that double jeopardy wouldn't attach.
Yeah, part of me is a little pessimistic with that whole the jury member getting that sweetheart deal. I wonder if they're just like trying just to tie up loose ends and just move the fuck on and not use her as a witness. Part of me thinks they might use her as a witness.
A smidgen, a bit of information on that one. You're talking about the Jessica Leslie, like the grand jury.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So from what I have been told by my sources is that the federal government is not fucking around. Leah Foley is not fucking around anymore when it comes to the cyber stalking and the cyber harassment portions of all of this. And she has a very large problem and had a very large problem with the things that Josh Levy did and the way he did them when it came to the Karen Reed case to begin with.
Well, we'll see. I mean, like, my faith in Massachusetts was like kind of dropped because like it seemed like that Massachusetts handled it worse with all the high profile murders. Like you had Brian Koberger's judge who handled it very well, who did a gag order, made sure to knock down the crazy conspiracies. You had the Delphi killer one that did the same thing. You had the Stephen Stern case. Well, that didn't even go for it because he knew his ass was going to jail, so he took a plea.
Oh, facts. Yeah, immediate plea on that one.
So, I mean...
But the information that I have, at least from the grand juror leak, is that Jessica Leslie did leak information and more than what... So what the government is stating publicly is that she leaked information to a friend and that friend then made posts. What they're not saying publicly, which is other information that they have, which is she leaked it to more than just that friend. That friend's just the only one that made like a public verifiable post about that specific thing before anything happened in the cases.
That makes
They're
sense.
looking into, the government, federal government is looking into how far did those leaks go and who used that information and when. Leah Foley did not appreciate the way Josh Levy did what he did when it came to the Karen Reed case. She's actually disgusted, from what I've heard, absolutely disgusted with what he did. And so she has decided to take the reins on some of this and deal with some of the things that led to this whole giant nonsensical fucking circus happening. And so she's not playing around when it comes to the cyber stalking and the harassment. And so what I'm told is that the federal government is currently actively looking into at least Aiden himself and Karen for the level of cyber harassment and cyber stalking that happened, not only to witnesses, but other people throughout the case, to try to silence them, to try to shame them, to try to change their, they're getting on the witness stand and changing their testimony, things of that nature. So the juror, the grand juror that leaked, she's little fish to them. They don't give a fuck about, go on your way, lady, slap on the wrist, do whatever. What they did with the information that she gave and that they found was more valuable to them. And so they opened these investigations into who were the players that were helping the turtle start these cyber stalking campaigns against people, because that's why you just saw that press release where they got a guy for cyber stalking, and he got like 9 years for cyber stalking, like numerous women who were either friends with him or friends online at one point. So he got 9 years for cyber stalking for like 16 years, which is insane. But before Leah Foley, they weren't doing anything with cyber harassment, cyber stalking. They were basically just ignoring it. Now, because a lot of the cyber stalking harassment affected the Karen Reed case, Leah Foley was like, nah, we're not playing that game anymore. And so she has been strategically picking little pieces here and there from all of this online nonsense and hoopla, and creating a actual real life chargeable thing with multiple players related to the Karen Reed case and what happened by leaking grand jury pieces of information, to leak them in a way that it would make this conspiracy work at that point, to get more and more people to sort of shame and harass and incite other people on the internet to do these things to witnesses and other people involved. They don't want the little fish. They want the big fish, the bigger fish. Okay.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if it actually happens. Well, unfortunately, we have to see if it happens.
Well, that's what I'm told right now is it's still in the investigation phase. So whether it remains to be seen whether they put a federal grand jury, which, I mean, yes, 9 out of 10 times they put it together, but whether they get a true bill or not, and how many people are they seeking to get that true bill on, and for what specific charges besides cyber stalking, incitement, what?
All right, everyone.
Criminal
please be
enterprise?
seated.
What?
Sure.
Mayo, you may continue.
Thank you.
Right? I agree with you, Jimbo.
You
I agree.
indicated, just before we broke, that you saw those images of the floor underneath the carpet, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I observed that.
Okay. Did you do anything with respect to those images other than just photograph them? That space under the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
So much like phenolphthalein and some of the other tests I've talked to you today about field testing, Blue Star is in and of itself considered a field test. So if we see a blue glow like that, then we can safely presume that sample may be blood. So we went ahead and collected swabs of several areas. We did talked about collecting the futon cover, but I also swabbed the floor in several areas. There was also a small spot on the wall.
Okay, talk to us about what you saw on the wall.
Okay, so on the wall above where the futon back was located in that first photograph you saw, there was an arc-shaped stain on the wall. It was extremely faint. It was very, very hard to see. You had to be almost on top of it, even with naked eye, to see it. And after that first application of Blue Star, really couldn't tell much more about it. The wall was a painted surface, so it wasn't very porous. So there's nowhere for the blood to really soak in, so to speak. And with that small of a sample, my conclusion that on the wall. We did swab that area though, and make sure to take a sample for the lab.
Okay.
I just wasn't able to photograph it.
Okay. So earlier you testified that sometimes with Blue Star you can or can't capture a photograph. With respect to the area behind the futon, were you able to actually capture a photograph?
Not of the wall behind the futon, then.
Okay. So when you made the first application of the Blue Star, were you able to see any fluorescence?
I was able to see some, yes. That's how I identified that stain on the wall.
Okay. And with respect to the naked eye, meaning without Blue Star, could you see that at all?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. And was there anything about what you saw when it was first fluorescing that drew it to be of interest to you?
It was just so because there was the shape of the stain was determined by that chemoluminescence, that glow. The glowing area was how you could see, again, that arc shape that I described on the wall. And it was just a couple of inches wide, probably about this long on the wall.
So I'm just going to ask you to clarify for the record. You did some gesture with your hands. How wide are you
Right.
talking about?
A little over a foot.
Okay.
And again, it was a couple of inches in thickness from top to bottom, and it was kind of an arcing shape across the wall.
Okay. And you're making a gesture with your hand in an arcing movement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what you believed had occurred? If you could draw an opinion.
It's very difficult to say, but considering that the Blue Star returned a positive result, and then we were able to test that later on at laboratory, there's a possibility that it could have been cleaned up.
Okay. And so, but that you were not able to document in a photograph, just what you made observations of.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to this case, just before I move on completely, you previously testified, and I just want to introduce these into evidence. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what I've pre-marked as 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4, which I've previously shown to counsel. Do you recognize these three?
Yes, ma'am. These are the two sketches in the legend to the sketch.
Okay.
For
When you
the
say
first scene,
from the first
where
scene.
the torso was found.
Okay. And when you say a legend, can you tell us what you mean by that?
So a legend is like a key to read a map. This is just a list of which pieces of evidence were associated to which placard number for reference purposes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce these exhibits 1.2, 3, and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted without objection.
May I just display 1.3?
Yeah.
I'm going to go old school here. Is this the legend you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm publishing to the jury. What specifically are those numbers on this legend that you're referring to?
The numbers on the left-hand side. Correct.
Thank you. Now, Agent Dickerson, after you processed each of these crime scenes, what happens to the physical evidence that you recovered?
So the evidence comes back with me to the Region 5 field office. We have an evidence processing area there. So you heard me talk earlier about the items that were wet that needed to be preserved. We were able to, or I was able to place those into the drying cabinet to be preserved and dried so it could be properly packaged. And then the other items that were ready to be packaged, I went ahead and packaged those. And to be entered into our digital evidence system, each item of evidence is assigned a barcode number. And that barcode number is then used to track evidence through the system so we can determine chain of custody later on, just to make sure there's a record.
Does every single item that's recovered get its own unique barcode?
Not every single item, but generally speaking, we tend to group like items together. Now, I wouldn't take something that I found in one area and something that I found in another disparate area somewhere else and put them in the same bag. But, all the cleaning wipes, for example, when they were packaged, many of them were packaged together in the same bag because they were found in the same location on the side of the road, and they were the same item. So,
If it's a unique item, does it get its own number?
yes.
Okay. And if it was found, for example, at the Savannah location versus the Torso location, you would have then issued different numbers?
Correct. Nothing between scenes would be packaged together.
Okay. And was that the case here as well?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you the one that handled the coding and submission of those numbers and affixing of the barcodes?
I handled the coding and the packaging and the entry into the digital evidence system, and then the evidence submission forms and to be turned over to the crime lab along with the evidence for testing would be something the case agent would generally handle.
Okay. So at some point, do you pass it off to someone?
Yes, ma'am.
Who would that be?
Agents Tracy Sands, case
Okay.
agent.
And why was it him that it would go to?
Well, because being the case agent, he's privy to other information that would help help us determine or make decisions about what evidence needs to go, what particular items of evidence need to go to which sections of the lab, and then the lab has their own order for things and which order they need to be processed. So, with him having conducted interviews with people during the course of the investigation, he'd have more information about that than I would as just the crime scene specialist.
Okay. So he would ultimately be the one to make those determinations?
Again, it's kind of like the quarterback calling a play. He'd be the one to make that determination.
Okay. Now, the items that you ultimately processed back at Region 5, did you ultimately submit them to the crime laboratory for analysis? Some of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to talk about some of those here today. Did you bring them with you physically to court for you to display them?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to note, Your Honor, that there are some gloves up on the stand. Please, I hope they're the right size. If you could just take a look.
I hope they're the right size. They might not be, but we hope.
I'm going to start with the two totes. Are those present here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can we start with first the black tote?
Just a quick catch up. The guy dismembered his wife, didn't call her in missing, and they found her body parts in 4 separate pieces.
You can just tell us which box and number that would bear.
Mess it then.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and they totes. He used totes. They found. I think they said she was in 4 separate pieces.
This is the box. It's got the black tote in it, and it got barcode number CC00792.
And would it be you that affixed that box
That was
number or code number on that?
I was.
Okay. And do you recognize that box and that barcode number?
I do.
Is that something that you packaged and processed yourself?
I did.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you initially processed it, barring, of course, any additional stickers maybe from the crime laboratory?
Right. So both of these boxes went to the crime lab. The black tote in particular, it went to the crime lab. It was opened and then processed there and then resealed within the same package.
Would the crime laboratory do anything with respect to those exhibits after they finish their testing? To reseal it is what I'm referring to.
Correct. So some of this tape on the front end of things, we generally use red evidence tape. The crime lab has a system where they use different colors of tape as the item may move through different areas of the crime lab. So you'll see some different colors on here. You see where the impressions of evidence sealed this part of the box with white tape as opposed to the red tape that I used.
And that would have been the crime lab's tape?
Correct.
Okay. And your tape then would be the red tape, is that correct?
That's right.
And inside of that box would be what item?
This is the black tote that was found in the location where Mindy's torso was recovered, right there on the southwest corner of the intersection of the first crime scene. And this was recovered the very first night.
I've
We're
never
now pulling
felt an
up
earthquake.
slide 1.1D
Ever.
from the exhibits. I'm going to show this to the witness.
Yes,
Is this in fact the same tote, Your Honor? May I publish this to the jury? Is this the same tote that is inside of that box that we're referring to right now?
Yes.
Thanks, Pete Tim. We
Your
appreciate
Honor,
you.
I would like to have this exhibit marked as 1.5, if that's okay.
If y'all haven't already and you'd like to donate to the channel, there's a bunch of different ways, including these ones on the bottom of the screen: Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, and then we have the link, which is in the description of the video, and it's also pinned in the chat that you can use credit or debit and put any amount you want. We only run our channel from donations from you guys, so we very much appreciate them.
Has this box been opened by you since it was submitted to the crime laboratory?
No, ma'am.
And so the contents of that box were processed by them after you?
Correct.
Okay. At this point, Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness to, I'm going to ask to introduce this into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. May I reposition to see him over there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it's admitted without objection, 1.5.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness to open the box.
Okay, go ahead.
You all see it okay?
Your Honor, I would ask the jury for permission to stand if they need to.
Your Honor, may my client reposition over here? Thank you.
Sorry, guys, my mount here with the microphones messing with me today.
Is that the tote that was recovered on December 2nd of 2022 at the Riceboro Portal Hunting Club?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that?
It's similar in appearance. I also recall the crack here at the bottom. Still got a piece of fine straw stuck in it.
Is there a tag of any sort on the end of the tote as well?
Yes, ma'am. That's the crime lab.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what type of a tote is that? Are there any markings on it?
Ooh.
So this is manufactured by the brand under the brand name Husky. It's a 25-gallon latch and stack tote. I believe our investigation indicated they're available at Home Depot.
Okay. And specifically, that tote, did you provide it to the crime laboratory in that
Morbid,
box?
right, Lisa?
I did.
Morbid.
We actually don't have boxes quite this big. It's standard.
It's a small
So I
one,
had to get
too.
loads.
It's 25
Get a large
gallons.
box, a couple large boxes, so we were able to fit something.
Morbid.
Fit the evidence inside.
Okay. And ultimately, that was what you brought to the crime laboratory for them to analyze?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you could, can you just turn that on its side for just a moment? Was that the larger or the smaller of the two totes?
This was the smaller of the two.
Okay. And that was the one that was found near what portion of her remains?
This container was discovered where near the location where Mindy's torso was found.
Okay. And you can put that back. You had one handle, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find a second handle?
I have to look at the photographs to refresh my memory right off.
Okay. If you need to, please, by all means.
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's just the one handle.
Okay. And so if there had been more than one, would you have included both when you submitted it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you submitted it in the condition you found it?
Yes.
Okay. And we're done with that. You can place that away. Thank you so much. Now, there's a second box. What is inside of that box, sir?
This would be the gray toad that was discovered by the cadaver dogs on the side of the road. It wasn't too far away from where Mindy's torso was found. It was actually on Jones Road instead of on a private lane.
Okay, and Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this be marked as 1.6, if that's permissible.
Yes, ma'am.
Does this have a
It's gross.
specific identifying barcode that was associated with that exhibit from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, ma'am. It's CC00806.
And do you recognize that box?
Yes, ma'am. This is the box that I packaged the gray toad.
Okay, and is it in the same or substantially the same condition, minus, of course, the crime scene laboratory, or rather the crime laboratory tape?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to seek to introduce 1.6 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
If we can open that box, please. You also have two items right there. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is the toad, and these are the two handles.
Okay, and where was that item located?
This was found about a half mile or so from the road where Mindy's torso was discovered, back south from the original location.
And where was that in proximity to her leg?
Would have been west,
How far approximately?
I don't know.
Okay.
Give or take.
So that was that,
You're talking about as the crow flies or as you drive?
right. And would it be fair to say that
Definitely
there's only
guilty
a
in my
few
opinion, Jack.
roads physically over there?
Right.
And more as the crow flies? Okay. That tote itself, what type of tote is that, size and type? If you look on the front of that,
This is a Sterilite, 34 gallon.
okay. And that tote is gray in color, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was in fact the same tote that you processed on the day of which December 5th of
It was
2022?
found December 5th, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And it does appear to be the same toad.
okay. Are those the two totes, that being 1.5 and 1.6, that you did swabbings on, that we saw the photographs of?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I thank you. We're finished with those. I'm now going to point your attention to CC 00808, the lid of the gray tote. Did you process that lid?
I did not.
You did not. Okay. Do you know who did?
This toad was, toad lid rather, was collected, turned over to me, and then it was subsequently submitted to the crime lab.
Do you know who submitted it to the crime laboratory?
We submitted it as part of our evidence submission process.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
Investigative team, which has been headed up by Agent Sands.
Okay, so that tote itself, do you know, the lid itself, do you know who actually put it into that bag?
I did.
You did, okay. So somebody gave it to you and ultimately you processed it, you simply didn't recover it, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and would it be fair to say that you had an opportunity to look at that lid in conjunction with the item that is in evidence as 1.6?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
However, I did not place two things together because they were found in different areas. We want to avoid cross-contamination, so they were.
We don't know anything about kids yet.
So do you have any idea if that lid actually fits on that tote?
I do not. I'm assuming that it did. It's approximately the same size, but that would be an assumption, so I'll try it.
Okay, can you please, at this time, I'd like to mark this as 1.7, that being the tote lid. Do you recognize the barcode on that? Don't open it just yet, please.
Sure.
Do you recognize the barcode on that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was CC00808?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as 1.7. Is that exhibit in the same or substantially the same condition, excluding, of course, any crime laboratory tape that may be on it?
Yes.
And do you recognize that to be the same tote lid that you submitted to the crime laboratory in connection with this case? I say you, the GBI submitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to tender 1.7.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's submitted.
If we can open that tote lid, please. If you could remove that from the package.
I haven't heard anything about kids. See how the paper that he's open, you can hear him rustling the paper around? That is legit paper. Brown paper bag paper. That's what they use.
Your Honor, if that
For
can be
evidence
published.
bag.
Sure.
Is there anything that you noted about the condition of that lid that drew your attention in terms of its condition physically?
It's actually in pretty good shape.
Okay. Were there any cracks or wear on that?
None that I saw, and none that I see now.
Okay. And with respect to the handle areas on these totes, did you have an opportunity to look at them?
On the lid, I did not notice anything on the totes themselves, though I did notice some, what appeared to be some stress marks around the tote handles themselves.
What is a stress mark?
So it'd be a deformation of the plastic. We have, say, a force put on that plastic that is greater than what it's designed to handle. Then you might see a cracking, you might see a split, or if anybody's ever overloaded a tote before, storage tote, you know what I'm talking about. But the handle showed some stress, what appeared to me to be stress marks.
What would cause that, if you can say? You said overloaded. I'm asking, I guess, just to be more clear as to what you meant by that.
Well, if the tote had something heavy in it, that could have caused it, or if it had a force placed against it, with a resistance on the handle itself, then that could have been caused.
Okay. And did you see that on both the black and the gray tote, or just one?
Just on both.
You saw it on both. Okay. And you can put that away. I think you actually lost a tag over here.
Yeah.
No. Thank you.
Can't lose the tag. You need those, you know? I've never experienced, hopefully I never have to, an earthquake, but I would probably be shook, for lack of a better word.
Go ahead.
I believe you testified earlier that you did swabbings on the totes. Is that
I
right?
love Scorpio, and I'm not a Yankee
Yes, ma'am.
fan.
I
Obviously, I'm a
swabbed
Red
the
Sox fan.
stains that were on
Even
the
if she
toast
is
in
a
order
Yankees
to
fan,
test
I
them,
still love her.
Again, for the presumptive field test.
But you didn't do any other swabbings. That would have been the crime laboratory?
No. So again, the field tests help us to determine the course of the investigation, decisions that we need to make while we're out there. But if we have an item of evidence that's small enough or portable enough that we can package it and take it with us and take it to the crime lab, then we'd much rather have the crime lab look at it than us. They have far more capability to process a piece of evidence in a laboratory setting than I do beside the road.
Okay. And so with respect to the other items that you recovered, I'm going to turn your attention to the cleansing wipes. Do you have those here with you today?
I do.
How were those packaged?
So there's several packages that contain wipes.
Before you show them, let's just go through what it is.
Sure.
Mhm. And how many packages were there if you want to check?
Five different packages that contain cleaning wipes.
Okay, and with respect to the cleansing wipe from the knife handle that we've seen, did you package that by itself or with other items?
I packaged it separately. I removed it from the handle of the knife and packaged it separately.
Why did you do that?
Well,
Oh my God, what are the odds?
so again, we talked about stabilizing and
Okay.
preserving evidence as best we can. The chemicals that are in the cleaning
Me
wipe
either.
can be hazardous for
A mini tornado
things that
and
we
a
want to test for
hurricane.
DNA
One
later on.
each.
So the sooner we can remove that chemical from exposure to something that we want to test, the better. And so we went ahead and removed that in order to preserve any possibility of DNA evidence from the handle of the knife. Although it may have been a little late for it, but we decided to at least give it a shot.
Would
That's
it be
what's
fair to say
scary
that
to
no
me.
matter the condition of the crime scene, you still follow
Warning.
protocol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
At least
So
switch
even
into
though
a
this
warning.
crime scene, you
for
don't know
hurricane.
how long it had been exposed before the body had been dumped, essentially, did you still follow that same protocol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, with respect to, I'm going to go through these numbers, CC 00794.
Come on, prosecutor lady, I need you to give a little more
I'm
oomph in
talking
this.
specifically, which cleansing wipe was that one?
This was the wipe that was wrapped around the handle of the Milwaukee knife.
Okay.
It's a small
And
damn
is that
world, my friend.
Exhibit
Weird things.
material itself that it's packaged in do you recognize that?
I do. This is the bag that I packaged it in.
Do you recognize your handwriting on that?
I do.
And at this time, I'm going to ask that this be marked as 1.8, Your Honor. May I approach? Does it indicate on that exhibit where you recovered that item?
Yes, ma'am. There's a electronic label that's generated as a result of its entry into our digital evidence system. There's also a handwritten label that I applied to the outside of the bag.
And at this time, I would seek to introduce, Your Honor, 1.8 into evidence. I'm now going to turn you to CC 00795.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the cleaning wipe that was denoted by placard number 3.
Okay. And was that found in the same vicinity as
This is
the
very
wipe that you just
loudyish,
described
right?
from the knife?
Right. This would have been over
Not just me.
basically in the same location with the black tote and
I don't know. Good
the
question. I
knife
didn't see
itself.
that. I was
At
looking
this
down
time,
my
I'd like
phone,
that to
sorry.
be marked as 1.9. Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you submitted it to the crime laboratory?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize your handwriting in that actual barcode?
I do.
I'd like to tender this exhibit, Your Honor.
I mean, they're spending like a whole day on this one investigator guy, so I hope that the other witnesses are a little more.
At this time, I'd like to turn your
No,
attention
quicker.
to exhibit number
We'll get
CC 00799. While you're there, 802 and 803. Do you recognize those three barcoded exhibits?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what are those?
CC00802 are the cleansing wipes recovered from the northwest corner of the intersection. These are some of the ones that would have been hanging from the tree.
Okay.
And then there were cleaning wipes that were marked by placard number 7 that are packaged with the barcode CC00803. And the item marked with evidence property tag number CC00799 contains cleaning wipes that I removed from the black plastic garbage bag that was marked by placard number 6 in the crime scene.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to mark those as 1.10, 11, and 12 sequentially on 799, 802, and 803. 799. Are those in substantially the same condition as when you put them in the packages initially?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize your handwriting on those
I do.
and the barcodes?
I do.
At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to tender.
Did we get to the
exhibits
other side?
1.
I had to, I'm sorry.
10, 11, and 12.
10, 11, and 12.
Ooh, field trip.
They're all admitted.
Thank you.
I had to ask if you got to the other side. Did the chicken get to the other side? Is it bad that I'm thinking like, ooh, chicken, I'm so
Now,
hungry right
when
now.
you put those wipes
feel
in
like
there,
they
would
need
it be
to
fair to
cannoli
say
this
that they were
day so I
already
can
dry by
eat.
then?
When I placed them inside those packages and sealed them, yes, ma'am, they were dry.
Okay. And so only if you know, is it possible to determine if DNA is recoverable on that? Meaning, do you submit items of this nature
You
for
submit them
DNA
to see if they
analysis?
can be.
Not generally.
They
Why
can't
not?
always be recoverable.
It's been, there are some cleaning solutions that do damage or harm the potential for recovery.
You
of
don't say
DNA
which
from those.
ones. Don't give the criminals the
We
info.
decided because the crime lab's resources are finite, we just don't have the ability to test every single thing that we pick up at a crime scene. We want to start with the most items of most probative value. So the cleaning wipes were packaged and preserved and submitted to the lab, but I don't believe they were tested for DNA.
Okay. If you had recovered DNA on another item, would that impact your decision of whether or not to test additional items?
They could.
Okay, how so?
Well, as I said, a lot of the answers to the question are.
Thankfully, he didn't. Like, don't tell the
if we were to
criminals
find
what degrades DNA.
DNA on one item that was at one scene, we might want to test an item from another scene to determine if the same DNA was found. It just, again, it's determined by the needs of the investigation.
Okay. And can you look at CC00793?
So it's sad that I really hope they like cannoli this day because I'm fucking hungry and I still need to like go to the store to get something to make. Like I am hungry. Like the one time I want them to like cannoli the day.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that? Can you tell the jury what is a knife
Then we
box?
buffer.
It's just a box that's designed to hold knives. Obviously, they present a safety hazard, so we put them in boxes like these to make sure that other people who are handling them know there's a sharp object inside, but also to protect the evidence itself.
First thought was, did it
I'd
get
like
to
to
the other
mark that,
side?
Your Honor, as 1.13.
My second thought was, chicken. My third thought was, kind
Do
of
you
want
recognize the handwriting on that exhibit?
I do.
pepperoni and
And
onion
whose handwriting
pizza.
is that?
That's mine.
Pizza. Mozzarella sticks. Ooh. Those sound good.
Are there any additional tapes on that box from when you first processed it?
Yes, there are.
And whose would those be? If you can tell.
These would be from the lab.
Okay. Other than those tapes, is that in
We
the
got
same,
chickens here too
substantially
in
the
some
same
places.
condition as when you processed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm actually going to seek to tender this subject to connection, obviously, with the crime laboratory.
Chicken or the egg?
No objection.
All right, sit with it.
Your Honor, in light of that, I would like for that box to be opened, please.
You can.
Open the box. Open the box. Open the box. This is some Jerry Springer shit. Open the box. You are not the father. Was it the chicken or the egg first? Not the daddy. Ah, that might be why. I mean, pretty good offers that he bought the same damn knife. That's the knife they found. He probably did it. But you know how juries are these days? They want, like, proof that he was, you know, ing her. Like, they literally
Publish
want
that, please, Your Honor.
proof. They want a whole video evidence or he didn't do
You can
it.
just remove that from the box, if that's possible. And is the sheath that was recovered from the crime scene also present on that exhibit?
Every time they say sheath, I think of Brian Coper.
And how
I don't know
long is
why.
the blade on that knife, if you can tell?
It's approximately 6 inches.
Okay. And does the sheath cover the entire blade?
It does if you put it on the right way.
Okay. And that means it would be seated all the way to basically the hilt of the knife, is that correct?
Correct. In that position, it covers the entire blade. If I were to take it, flip it over, and put it back on, it's not going to cover the base of the blade.
What way did you recover it?
I recovered it like this.
With the blade inserted basically upside down into the sheath?
Correct.
Thank you. And is that in fact the same knife that you recovered on December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
I thank you. Now, just so it's clear that they are here and with us, did you ultimately
Special Agent Charge Lindsey Smith actually processed them.
Okay.
But yes, they were basically, for lack of a better term, rendered safe, preserved in alcohol and then sealed inside of a bottle. And then Dr. Mondor, I believe, sealed them inside his own packaging.
Okay, but you brought them here to court today?
I did.
Okay, and I'd like to just mark that for the
About
purposes
average.
of this witness, Your Honor, so we don't have to go out of sequence later, if that's okay.
1.5 million is right.
And that would be 1.14.
Oh, hey, girl, hey.
Do you have that here with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what kind of a container is that in?
This is essentially a paint can that's unused, but it's sealed inside there. So
Your Honor, I'd like to tender that subject to connection, obviously, from Dr. Mondor.
No objection, subject.
1.14 submitted without objection.
Now, here in the courtroom, did you bring with you the clothing that you had recovered from the scene?
I did.
Okay, and I'm directing your attention to CC00798. Would that bag contain all of that clothing that you recovered?
It did not contain all of the clothing from the scene. It contains the clothing that was recovered from within the black plastic bag that was found at the intersection near where Mindy's torso was found.
And which items would those be?
The clothing items that were removed from the black garbage bag include some underwear, camisole top that's been either cut or torn into 2 pieces, and then a torn dark blue shirt that's long sleeved.
Okay. And that item.
I mean, he
that
didn't
was
even
in there
take
as the
her
camisole top. You said that was
morbid, take her
cut. Is
clothes
that
off.
correct?
He cut
It appeared to
them.
be either cut or torn. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But it was in 2 pieces.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, was there any clothing on any portions of the body?
Facts.
No, ma'am.
I'd like to have
There
this
were none
marked.
on any of the portions that I was involved in the recovery of.
Okay. I'd like to have this marked as 1.15. Do you recall the condition that the underwear was in when you recovered it?
Yes, ma'am. They had some reddish brown stains on, but they were also soiled, and they were either cut or torn as well.
Okay. And did you do anything with those clothing items? I know you said you used a drying rack. Were those also items that were placed in the drying rack?
Yes, ma'am. They had to be dried before they could be packaged properly.
Okay. And with respect to that series of items that are in there, is that the undergarment that was cut as well?
Yes, ma'am. The panties.
I'm referring to the
The-
underwear, yes, the
underwear.
pants.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And specifically,
Bye, bye.
could you
Did we
tell,
already trace?
or did you do any field testing at that time on those items?
No, ma'am. I felt at that point we had enough indication from the tests that we'd already done that we needed to limit the tests that we did to the clothing in order to preserve, any additional evidence could be gained from it at the lab.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that sometimes you don't do any testing? You just send it off to the crime lab?
Yes, ma'am. We do testing on the front end
Yeah,
to
and then the
inform
crime
the
lab
course of
tests.
our investigation. It helps us make investigative decisions about what we need to
They
do
can't
next.
always.
But
test
it's
everything
always going to be a
on
best
scene.
bet to send an item to the crime lab in order to have lab testing done.
And you did that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, do you recognize the handwriting on 1.15 as your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you submitted to the crime laboratory for analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'd like to tender 1.15 into evidence.
No objection.
Now, ultimately, I'd like to go back for just a moment to the initial recovery of her remains. You indicated that you had to get down into the ditch, essentially, to recover her. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that put you close to her?
It did.
Can you explain to the jury what decomposition is?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm sure anybody who's driven down the road and smelled an animal has been hit on the side of the road has noticed the odor of decomposition before. Decomposition starts at death, and there are numerous different processes that I won't go into, but it basically involves the breakdown of the organic tissues of the body, and that's natural part of death.
Okay. And you indicated
Nobody
that
wants
there's
to
a
hear
smell
about that.
associated with that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it distinctive?
Yes, ma'am. Very.
Okay. Does that smell change depending on the stage of decomposition?
Yes, ma'am. Generally, it's less noticeable in the early stages. However, as it becomes more advanced, the smell becomes stronger.
Okay. And without being inappropriate, have you handled many decomposing human bodies?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the different smells at the different stages of decomposition?
More than I want to be.
Are you able to advise this jury what the stage of the smell was in your experience?
So they don't have stages so much that I can define scientifically speaking. I can tell you that, and again, generally, the odor of decomposition is very mild to begin. And then as decomposition progresses and becomes more advanced, that odor becomes much more noticeable.
So in this case, portions of her remains were recovered on different days, correct?
Correct.
The torso, what piece was that?
And that was the first piece. Mindy's torso was the first part of her that was recovered.
Okay. And would you say that that was mild then or an advanced smell?
It was mild.
Okay. So at that point, would that have made any difference to you in your assertions or your thoughts about your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. And generally speaking, the less advanced the state of decomposition we find remains in, the shorter the period of time we would consider them to have been either deceased or at least have been dumped there.
Okay. So as of December 2nd of 2022, the smell was not heavy.
It was not very strong, no, ma'am. The ditch was cool too, and generally temperature has a significant impact on decomposition rates as well. The cooler it is, usually the slower decomposition occurs. Same way your refrigerator keeps your food fresh.
Okay. And would the water in this case have affected her body in any way when you recovered her torso?
Yes, ma'am. In particular, we noticed that her fingertips, the skin around her fingertips was wrinkled in what we call a washerwoman effect. And that's the same thing you can see if you ever go swimming and you notice after an hour or two, your fingertips are wrinkled. Your skin on your fingers absorbs water, and as it does, it's going to buckle some as it swells. It's the same thing that happened here.
And with respect to blood, you've testified as to retrieving her torso, retrieving the leg, and finding some blood in Savannah at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's start with her torso first. Can you describe for the jury whether or not she was still bleeding at the time that she was recovered?
No, ma'am.
Can you explain to them what that means with respect to how you physically, I mean, she had open wounds, correct?
Right.
Was there any blood still coming from those open wounds?
No, we didn't notice any at that time.
And so with respect to her leg, was there any blood pooled where her leg was recovered that you recovered?
No, and again, keep in mind she was on her back in water, in mud, so it would have been very difficult to tell if there was any blood coming out of her body or issuing from her body at that time, regardless. But I did not notice any, not when I was in the dish or even when we pulled her out later on.
And now going back to Savannah just for a moment, you showed us 2 images of where blood was recovered, or at least fluoresced, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there any other blood inside the Savannah residence that fluoresced?
No, ma'am.
Obviously, there was the very light fluorescence, not on the photograph.
Right, the one that was on the wall that you didn't see in the photograph, but yes, the wall, the floor, the futon. There was a space in the bedroom on the opposite side of the house from the den on the floor that we did notice some fluorescence on the floor, but Blue Star reacts with iron. So there was some iron furniture in that bedroom, and we swabbed an area just in case and sent it to the crime lab for testing as well.
Okay. And with respect to that area, do you know if there were any findings of blood in that bedroom?
No, there were not.
Okay. So the only place that blood was found is on the back of that futon mattress, on the floor, and on the wall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any way of knowing how much blood was there?
No, ma'am. Again, a small amount of blood spread over a large can be spread over a large area and made to look like a large amount of blood, especially in the quantities that we're dealing with. We're talking about blood that can't be seen by the naked eye, so but only detected by chemicals, other than what was on the futon.
And specifically, I'm pointing to 1.1 RR. May I publish this, Ron?
Yes.
Do you see what I'm looking at?
I do.
Is that the saturation spot on the futon that you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that all you had showing up on the back of the futon?
That was after the cover had been removed, but yes, that's what had appeared to soak through the futon and onto the mattress padding below.
Was this consistent with, if you can say, dismemberment?
I'm not a medical examiner, but there's more blood in the human body than that. So I would think not. But again, it's probably a better ME question.
But that's all the blood you found?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, court's till 5, I think.
Just so I'm clear. Did you look everywhere in the house?
So yes, so as part of the process, we blacked out the entire house with plastic. And so we covered over, the lights on the microwave. We made sure as much of the light was cut out as we could. And then we sprayed the ceilings, the walls, and the floor of every room.
In every room?
In every room.
And that's all the blood you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
We have a recess.
Yes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step out, we'll take 10 minutes.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Sorry. I was getting water and talking to me a little. But 10 minutes, I guess. I'm doing a cyber. I don't know. I can still hear. Ooh, walking the puppers. I can hear whatever's going on in the background there.
Court's in recess, 2 minutes.
Court's in recess. Yes, thanks. Thank you, Judge. We know. And they just shut off the audio again. No, there's no way to know how much blood. Obviously, that's very obvious. There's no way to know. But they only found blood on the floor, wall, and the back of the futon, which, I mean, they put a rug over it, or he put a rug over it, so it leads me to believe the babies, the little fur babies, leads me to believe that she might have been killed in that area, obviously. And then he got a rug and put it over the floor. Obviously, he did not do the best job hiding said evidence or cleaning up, because, I mean, here's the thing. You would think somebody who was a prosecutor, who was a lawyer, who saw many, many cases like this would know better, unless they just didn't care at that point. You don't report your wife missing. You don't, like, that. It's true. You can lose a lot of blood and still survive. That's for sure. That is for sure. To cut her up, he dismembered her and put her in totes and then brought her out to that place, which they found pretty quickly. It doesn't say when she went missing. Let's see if we can do a little bit of research here. Hold on. All right, let's see. What am I see here? So this was in July of this year. Right? She must have dismembered herself. Isn't that like what your business said, that he put himself in the suitcase and zipped it up? You know? All right, so this says that newly released details were shared during a pretrial motion, which happened last month, just a couple weeks ago. It says this case, as the court knows, is incredibly gruesome in a way that I believe will create additional trauma, said the Atlantic Judicial Circuit District Attorney Laurie Bio. He's been in custody since May of 2023 for the murder of his wife, Mindy, in the fall. It happened in the fall of 2022, so they didn't even know the date, I don't think. Prosecutors revealed that her body was found in 4 pieces with tool marks present. Both the prosecution and defense agreed that crime scene photos should not leave the courtroom. Obviously, we've seen a lot of court, especially crime scene photos that have leaked out into the public. And, it's interesting to see crime scene photos in cold cases that happened, 20 or 30 years ago. It is not, I think it's way too, like, showing crime scene photos from now, at least involving the body, I don't think are something that anybody really wants to see. Unfortunately, juries almost always have to see them, but I wouldn't want to see those. I mean, things that don't have anything to do with the body, sure. But the body itself, that's where I stop short of wanting to see, but then my mind goes to what position was it in, all those different things. You kind of want to figure out what happened, fresh set of eyes on the whole thing. But I think this one is one of those ones that's, again, it's really gruesome, like 4 pieces. She was in 4 pieces. So this article at least says that the prosecutor said, it's not my intention to be gruesome, Your Honor, but rather to be strictly and solely forensically informative to the jury. The court also debated whether testimony from one of his ex-wives should be allowed. The prosecutors noted that just months before Mindy's death, the ex-wife had won $1.5 million divorce judgment against him. They allege that him and his wife went on the run to avoid paying the judgment. However, the defense argued the couple was fleeing from someone else, an individual named Jim McIntyre, who allegedly controlled their finances. Now, this is just a weird thing to believe, that you're running from a person who's controlling your finances, and you don't call the cops, you don't make sure you have finances that this person can't. Like, what does this person have anything to do with anything, and why would you be running from them is the question, right? It says they were moving every few days, few weeks, few months under control of this person. We'll keep calling Jim McIntyre. I don't even think that's his real name. They just keep calling it that, right? Said Doug Weinstein, the defendant's attorney. While the state says that that's a fabrication, it's really not a fabrication that he makes up after the fact, because he and Mindy told people about what was going on, why they were on the run, and everything else. Prosecution obviously dismissed this story as a CIA conspiracy theory type argument, which makes sense to me. It's kind of strange why you would be on the run unless you committed another crime. To me, there's a missing piece here somewhere. Why would you be moving every couple of days, weeks, unless you were on the run from something? And I don't think it was a Jim McIntyre, right? Yeah, the stabbing is a whole nother thing that makes you think like maybe she was pregnant. Or he thought she was. Why stab there, So they requested the judge allow a Target receipt as evidence of this, conspiracy theory. There's a Target receipt the defendant purchases on his way to meet with Samantha Colesmith, his third wife, where he purchased condoms and Old Spice within days of his wife being dead, the prosecutor said. And then the defense attorney said, I don't know the relevance of Mr. Kassotis other than color, the relevance of Mr. Kassotis buying condoms and Old Spice, but I'll get to that at that point in time. So it's expected to last 2 to 3 weeks. No wonder why they're in such a slow pace. Prosecutors plan to call at least 35 witnesses in this case. 35. Insane to me. That's a lot of witnesses. Why run? What are you running from is the question here. If they were moving every couple of weeks, every couple of days, A, where are you getting the funding if Jim McIntyre has the funding? And B, what are you running from is the question, right? Several aliases for sure. So at least this says they found her remains. She was only 40 at the Portal Hunting Club in Riceboro on December 2nd, 2023. Of course, she had been dismembered, and police found additional remains within a 3-mile radius on the grounds of the club, which lie in both Liberty and McIntosh counties. The GBI said it believed the remains were put there around November 27th, 2023. So they have an idea of when her remains could have gotten there, a roundabout date at least to when. Still not an exact date. They say around November 27th, 2023, and then they were found December 2nd. So days, they think they were found within days. Last week during pretrial motions, now this is an older article, both sides agreed that the crime scene photos would stay in the courtroom, blah, 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 blah. They arrested him in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, the day after investigators positively identified the remains, and charged with malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, tampering with evidence, and removal of body parts from the scene of death or dismemberment. Okie dokes then. He was an officer with the U.S. Navy's Judge Advocate General Corps when he married Mindy. She was a writer and a business owner, originally from New Orleans. They married apparently in 2016. Yeah, like what though? I almost wonder if this is one of those cases of folie à deux. Folie à deux, madness for two. There is another case that I know of that a husband convinced his wife that they were being stalked by mob members. All right. And they had convinced the daughter that they were running from the mob because they didn't want to enter witness protection. So they were hiding out using aliases. And so the wife actually believed the husband, right? And this is what they call a case of folie à deux, madness for two, where one person who might have any sort of mental health illness, including anxiety, panic, PTSD, anything really, multiple personality, any mental health illness, sort of feeds this delusion to someone else or some other people, and then it grows from there. And we've seen it, mass hysteria, sort of grand delusions as well, where it's fed to like masses of people. But this seems more like a one-off where he feeds her that they need to run, right? This is dangerous. They need to run away, and authorities aren't going to help them. And so if the authorities aren't going to help them, they can only help themselves, sort of deal, right? Born identity conspiracy type bullshit, right? And the wife may have just, you're married to the man, you're obviously not going to think he's just cuckoo bananas, right? Right. So, and since he was in law and he was in the Navy, I guess she just assumed, I don't know. It says that the ex-wife, won the $1.5 million judgment against him, and then they fled. Well, it doesn't make sense. Why are you fleeing? You have to spend money to be on the run, right? It doesn't make sense. What are you fleeing from? Exactly. You're fleeing from paying 1.5 million and then he kills you. I don't, something else, there's a missing piece of this story here. And I don't understand what it is, I'm not quite getting it here. Maybe it's just me, but again, the prosecution calls it a CIA conspiracy theory type argument. And I have to agree with them. Yeah, something is afoot. Something is weird here, It's something strange. It doesn't make sense. So the third wife is the one that he marries after Mindy goes missing. But you wouldn't, he had to have been talking to this woman, right? Or do you just marry this guy after knowing him for 2 weeks? I don't know. It's weird. It's really strange if you ask me. Jury selection, by the way, was supposed to be yesterday on this case. So 1 day, jury selection for a case that's supposed to last 3 or more weeks. And I wonder if it actually will last that long, because we do have the Adelson case, which I am covering, and I hope it ends before that, because otherwise we're going to have to sort of I'm going to have to do the Adelson case and then do a nighttime sort of go through of what happened that day in this case. But I'm hoping it'll be just over by then, to be honest. But it is supposed to last 2 or 3 weeks. They guessed, and again, that's just a guesstimate. I'm trying to see if there's any other so the parents thought she was pregnant. That's strange. Something is definitely weird, for sure. Holly said the prosecutor hinted that he may have also strangled her, and that's why her neck was missing. So her head injuries could have occurred as he strangled. Yeah, so basically get rid of the evidence as to this, that very well could be a possibility. So the parents thought she was 8 months pregnant, yet the DA didn't question the guy about the torso being pregnant, or was it too decomposed? Well, early decomp, but they claim that the body was put there around November 27th and found around the first part around December 2nd. So that would have been just a few days. They still could have tested. I don't know. I feel like they could have tested if they wanted to at that point. So I feel like maybe maybe they told the parents that for some unknown reason. I don't know. I mean, last year, actually the beginning of this year, this was February, the beginning of this year. So take a look. This is the guy, right? It's him right there with his attorney. I still have it on my ear to switch back in a second. But, I mean, look at the guy. Seriously. Doesn't look well, mentally well. Faces 12 charges, including malice murder and removing body parts from the scene of a death dismemberment. So, yeah, jury selection, August 4th, which was yesterday. Plea hearing. This was back in February. So all of this already happened, but I'm trying to see if there's any other information here. Yeah, her body was found in multiple places. December of 2022. Oh, so her remains went unidentified for months until the GBI brought in the FBI for assistance with genealogy and DNA analysis. So that is probably why they didn't get to him until a couple months later, if they didn't know whose remains they're dealing with. That's for sure. So it took some time to identify who she was after the GBI called in the FBI. So she was identified on May 11th, and they arrested him the next day, May 12th. Interesting. They keep going back and forth to like the exit sign, this thing. Trying to find any of the other information from when. Let's see. I know a lot of people want to they write these articles on it and they want to hit all the basic points of it, but I'm looking for some of the more obscure references of what. Yeah, he was with wife number 3 when he was arrested. No, he didn't report her missing. I don't know. As far as I understand, the parents didn't either, so I just assume that the parents thought that they must have told the parents they were on the run and couldn't talk or couldn't trust them or whatever, and that's why they didn't report her missing, because I haven't heard anything about her being reported missing at all. And he had married wife number 3 2 weeks after Mindy was missing or gone. Her body was found in December, so he was already married to the 3rd wife at some point after that. It is weird. It's very weird. It's very strange. A lot of it doesn't make sense. There are definitely pieces to this puzzle that we are not being told or we're missing, or maybe the prosecution doesn't even have. But I really want to know, was this a case of folie-à-deux? Did he convince her they needed to be on the run and the authorities couldn't help? Is that what we're dealing with? Or is this just a case of they committed some other crime together? He needed to kill her to keep her quiet. Did she witness something that he did that was a serious crime and he needed to keep her quiet? Something else happened. There's a piece of this puzzle that we're not getting, because I'm just not buying that they went on the run for no reason. Money, this guy run. It just doesn't make sense. It just does not make any sense. Even the defense's opening statement didn't make much sense. He's talking about the FBI, but he's not explaining what the actual hell is going on. He must have, because they said he remarried the 3rd wife within 2 weeks of Mindy being gone. So that means by the time they arrested him in May, he was already married to the 3rd wife. They identified her May 11th. He was arrested May 12th. He was already married to the 3rd wife. I would never buy that thing. I'm sorry. That thing is creepy. It's got bad juju. Keep that damn Annabelle doll away from me. And listen, I like supernatural stuff. I like, spiritual stuff and ghosty type stuff. But no. I mean, we haven't even heard if they have
All right, everyone,
kids.
please be seated.
We haven't heard anything about kids.
All right, ladies and
yet.
gentlemen of the jury, I've just conferred with counsel, and we've covered a lot of ground today, and we don't know how long the cross-examination
Oh,
may
okay,
take
so
of
we're
this
gonna
witness.
stop
So
for the day,
in
right?
light of the fact that it's 4:30, we've got some weather issues
They're
outside.
canoning it.
We'll go ahead and excuse you for the day.
They're canoning it.
Please abide by the court's previous instructions
It is
regarding
Final Destination.
access to media. Please don't watch, listen, or try to find out anything about the facts of the case. Again, you cannot
Do you
talk to
expect
anyone
that they're
about
gonna
the
do
case.
that though?
Please abide by those
Come on,
instructions.
not realistic.
And we will see you tomorrow morning at
They're
about
canoning
8:45.
this shit.
Thank you and have a good evening.
Thanks, Your Honor, for canoning it. Right? Why tempt fate, man? It's not a good idea. It's a bad idea. I'm covering this trial most of the day. I didn't get on until late. I had an appointment this morning that I had to go to that I didn't plan on. Happened this morning. So yeah. I mean, can you really expect that the jury is not going to go and do their own research? That's half the problem I have with our whole justice system is you tell a jury to not do independent investigation and see how many of those people actually don't do independent investigation. I'm sorry. I just don't think you can trust a jury to not do that, especially in a higher profile case where there's cameras. I feel like the only thing that should be done in these scenarios is you have to sequester the jury. I get it. Courts don't like doing it because it's taking away people's freedoms and rights. But at the same time, there's a reason why sequestration is an option. One of the reasons it is an option is to make sure that a jury doesn't do their own freaking research. No worries, my friend. I dyed my hair. We did, while I was covering this, we did a couple things today. Mostly this case. But don't you worry, because we'll be back tomorrow with more of it. And in the meantime, I'm going to do a little more digging. I haven't heard anything about kids. That's the strange thing with these two. Whether they had any kids. I mean, some piece of this story is missing. And the defense's opening argument didn't really fill us in much on what it could possibly be. And because I wasn't live for the opening, if you're rewatching this, the opening, we do redo the opening when they're on lunch break. So when the court goes to lunch break, we go back to the beginning and we listen to the openings and stuff that we missed. So this one stream is kind of a little discombobulated, but yeah, it's a little maddening, right? Like I'm gonna have to obviously eat first because I am starving like a freaking hostage. But after I eat, I'm going to dig a little more because I haven't heard anything about whether these people had children. I'm really confused as to why they would be running. What are you running from? You're moving every couple of days or couple of weeks, saying you're running from Jim McIntyre, who deals with your finances. You don't want to pay the $1.5 million that the ex-wife just won, but then you kill the wife you're with and marry another lady within 2 weeks. Like something doesn't jive here. Okay. She's not ever called in missing by anyone. The parents think she's pregnant. There's no confirmation that she ever was. Me too. I feel like I'm going to have to rewatch again the opening from both sides to sort of see if I can. I don't know. It just doesn't, some things don't make sense here. And we're not really getting much. And this is mostly forensics, right? That's the wife who was dismembered and thrown away like trash, unfortunately. And this is the husband here, Nicholas. I mean, there are just things that don't make sense here. And I don't really think we've gotten much of it explained in any of the questioning with the GBI agent thus far. And the GBI agent has basically been on all day. So if they're going to do cross tomorrow, I feel like maybe we might get some answers as to what their ridiculous theory is, because it is a ridiculous theory at this point that the defense has in this case. Oh yeah, that's right. That they lived with their parents. So the parents must have known they were moving every couple days or weeks and they were on the run. So that's why they probably didn't, call her in missing. Weird, really strange. I'm going to definitely do a little more digging. If you guys find anything interesting while you're digging, definitely pop it up in the Discord. I'd appreciate that. I'm going to go eat something now because I'm starving like a hostage and I have been on for 5 hours. And tomorrow it's going to be even longer because it's usually like 9 to 5. So I guess I'll have to pop on right before 9 tomorrow to get this thing rocking and rolling right when they come on. Seems like this judge is on time, unlike Cannoni. So I want to be on a couple minutes before 9 so that we can, get all of the answers, because this is, now I'm intrigued. Now I want to know what the ever-loving hell is going on here. Something strange is happening. There's a puzzle piece missing and I need to know what it is. All right. I need to freaking know. All right. So do me a favor on your way out, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you haven't already, be a member of the channel. This little QR code at the top here, if you have an iPhone, it will bring you right to where you can join and get a membership to the channel. And the lowest tier is like $2.99 or $3.99, something like that. And there's 4 tiers. You can choose which one you want, but you can become a member that way. You can just hit subscribe. That's free. You can share the video. That's free. We're trying to grow our community, for other true crimers to watch these with us and join in on this community that we have built that we are so proud of, but we want to make it bigger. So, if you guys are having conversations in other Facebook groups about true crime or Reddit threads, mention us. Let people know we're here and that we exist. That's the goal here is grow this beautiful community that we have. If you'd like to donate to the channel, we only rely on you guys' donations to keep this thing running. It's been slow since the Karen Reed trial ended, and we definitely could use the help. So if you would ever be so kind and have the extra couple bucks to spare, you can do so one of a bunch of different ways. Everything is also in the description of the videos, and it's on the front of my YouTube page. But we have the options here: Venmo, Cashapp, PayPal, Revolut, and in the description of the video, also pinned into the live chat, is a link you can use. You can just click on it. You can just use credit or debit. You don't have to have any of the payment apps. You can be out of country. It works for that as well. You enter the amount, any amount you want that you'd like to donate to the channel, and just use your credit or debit card. We made that option for those of you who are like, hey, we don't have payment apps, Elise, help us out here. We also have wish lists. Some people prefer to do those. I actually have to update those. To be honest, I have not updated them in weeks, and it's probably just a bunch of stuff I don't need or a bunch of stuff that's on there that I don't want anymore. So I will update those for sure. But those are there as options as well. If that's the way that you like to support the channel, all the more power to you. Every person likes to do it differently, and that's why we have the options. I love you all. I love your stinking faces, and I will see y'all in the AM. Hopefully without my hair being frizzed into a frizz ball after I dyed it. Okay? Love you guys. Bye.